Okay, we're going to start in a minute. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice evening and you're well rested, or as well rested as you can be on day 4 of our plenary sessions. I know it's a little bit. Thank you. We just wanted to get rid of some feedback on the speakers in the room. So welcome to all the observers who are joining. We have a busy day ahead of us. We're going to start with listed entity in Pi Track 2. Then we're going to move to our fraud project. And then we're going to discuss an example auditor's report. So I anticipate that we're going to make good progress on all. And I first of all want to thank the auditor, the Pi team for all their work and patience throughout this long process, both through track 1 and track 2. But I think we have a paper that sets up a really good discussion for us about how we could bring this project towards its conclusion. So Sue, I'm going to turn the floor over to you right now, and I look forward to the discussion.
Great. Well, thank you, Tom. Firstly, I'm very relieved breakfast arrived. I didn't want to lead this off with a bunch of hungry board members, so we're good to go. You will have seen from the paper, the board paper already, that the goal today really is to present some of the feedback that we've had from the ED and to get a steer from you regarding the feedback regarding the way forward. So we will be asking you for your preference on the options that we presented, and your reasons for that preference. So if we take the next slide, please. The Pi task force here is we spent so much time together in June in Madrid that we actually failed to take any photos of us together. So I'm afraid that this is the one from one of our many Zoom calls. So you can see there we have Susan, Eric, and Hernan from the board. We have Isabel and Ida from the staff team, and Sung Nam as a correspondent member. And I also want to thank Vili and Tom and James Gunn for their leadership and support over some of the very many calls that we've had in the last few months. So if we take the next slide, please. What we've been doing since the exposure draft. So one of the points we wanted to highlight on this slide here is the very brief delay between the IAASB March plenary session, which we've referenced in the papers, and the closing date for comments of the ED, which was early April 2024, and how that possibly impacted some of the feedback letters that we had. So that tight timeline has meant that we have some questions, I guess, around some of the feedback we received, and we certainly had some feedback that highlighted the issue we'll talk about later. We have then met 5 times to discuss the impact of the IAASB clarification that was discussed in their March meeting on the Pi Track 2 project. The IAASB and IAASB staff have had multiple calls to discuss the IAASB clarification and the board's intentions regarding the application of the definition of Pi. Myself and Andy Mintzer, the IAASB working group team, have been part of the coordination calls, as well as Vili and Ken Seong and James Gunn. to further explain the impact of the clarification on the projects and discuss the way forwards. You will have seen in the papers that IAASB published their updated FAQ on September the 3rd, which included the clarification of when a firm is required to apply the definition of a PI. So when a jurisdiction has further defined the categories of PI or taken the definition in the IAASB code. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of the project objectives, because I think that's important as we come back to looking at the various options. So the purpose of the slide is obviously to remind ourselves of the objectives, which includes to the greatest extent possible convergence between the definitions and key concepts with IAASB. And that implies convergence in the application of the definitions to make sure that the outcomes are the same to maintain interoperability, so that something that is a PI for ethics is also a PI for audit purposes. To establish an objective and guideline to support the IAASB's judgments regarding differential requirements going forwards, and to determine whether and the extent to which to amend differential requirements in the ISQMs and ISAs currently for listed companies to meet the heightened expectations of stakeholders. Next slide, please. So in response to the exposure draft, we received 46 written comments from a broad range of stakeholders and from different jurisdictions, as you can see on the slide. We didn't receive any comments from users of financial statements, and we have been looking at how we can be informed on feedback from users of financial statements on the differential requirements through some of the other projects we have, such as the post-implementation review of auditors' reports, and obviously the work we've done on going concern and fraud has involved input there. Next slide, please. So a high level of what we've heard from respondents. In this particular session, we're going to focus on a few of the questions. We're not going to go into all of them. On questions 1 and 2, we received 8 comment letters that highlighted an overarching issue with the possible convergence in the determination of entities to be treated as PI. And because that overarching issue, we believe, has significant impact on the way forward, we need to address it straight away rather than waiting until we look through some of the other areas. So we're also going to pick up today just question 5, which is the proposals to amend ISRE 2400, which is independent of the other proposals. So it's something that we can clear off hopefully today. Isabel is going to present explain the feedback that we had from respondents, those particular 8 respondents, and the issues that's covered. We're going to ask you the kind of regular due process question around whether we have captured everything and summarised everything appropriately, and then she's going to go on and explain our proposed responses to the feedback that we've had, and that's where we will be asking you for your feedback on the options that we've presented. And then, following on from the discussion today and wherever we get to, obviously the other areas we will bring back to the board in December. So I'll hand over to Isabel to do the hard stuff, unfortunately.
Thank you, Sue. So next slide, Michelle, please. Okay. So if you can go back just one slide. Okay, thank you. You would have seen some of the slides, or we have discussed it briefly in June, but just as a reminder, because today we're going to have the discussion, so I'm just going to go and highlight some of the key area or key elements of what we heard, including the divergence between the IAASB proposal and the IAASB PI revisions. So at the time of the publication of the ED, the IAASB's intention was that the definition will have 3 base categories that will be applied consistently. If a jurisdiction has further refined those categories, then the firm can use the refined definition of the 3 base categories. But if the local jurisdiction hasn't done any refinement or has omitted one of the categories, then the three base categories will always apply. So this is where we had some global consistency because those categories was the base. Now with the discussion at the March plenary session for IAASB, and then as clarifying the updated FAQ, the IAASB's intention is that a firm will always apply the local definition, regardless if there is if they have omitted or if one or more categories has been removed from the definition. So obviously with these different application of the definition, different outcomes occurs. So a firm may have now to treat an entity as PI for the purpose of audits and not as a PI for the purpose of independence, which really impact the objective of convergence with IAASB and maintain the interoperability of the two standards. So if we go to the next slide. So 8 respondents has highlighted that divergence, and the concern that they have highlighted were specific to the lack of interoperability of the two boards' requirements. Another concern that they have raised is also the fact that now for IAASB or independence purposes, a firm will be deemed as compliant with the code, regardless of if they apply with the 3 definition. There might be less of an incentive for jurisdiction to actually fulfill the role of further refining the definition. And the last concern that they have raised is about the fact that this clarification was done through non-authoritative guidance, so it's really hard to apply in practice or to reinforce in practice. So, and obviously this divergence, like I said, has a really big impact on our project objective ID at IAASB. So if you go to the next slide. In the letters, we also received some suggestions from respondents on what to do next. So some ideas for way forward. There are 6 on the slide. They're not mutually exclusive. I'm going to just highlight a few. So respondents really wanted a strong view of what is the IAASB's intention. Is it to align with IAASB? Is it to continue with the way it was intended in the proposal? They just want a clear clarification of what that means for the audit standard. Obviously, they strongly encourage us to coordinate further with IAASB, which we have done in the past few months. And then there was some also suggestion to only keep the framework or to pause the project. So those were some of the suggestions. If we go to the next slide. We did receive other comments on question 1 and question 2 of the ED. So on the objective and on the definition. There was some general support, and then people who have supported the objective and the definition highlighted actually the importance of aligning with IAASB. So that's something that people are very concerned with. Other comments was regarding the location of the overarching objective and the purpose for the differential requirements. People were saying that they might be better located in the scope of this of the ISQM and the ISAS as opposed to application material. And you'll see that that has been reflected in the illustrative drafting that we provided in agenda item 7A. Other suggestion was a few word changes in the definitions and also in the overall objective, just to align more with the IAASB's objective. So, for example, removing replacing stakeholder with users of financial statements, because that's what the audit is for. The task force have considered this, but have concluded that the proposed wording should be kept as aligned as set with the IAASB PI revision, just because that's one of the project objectives to align as closely as possible. So that's the summary of the comments that we received. So if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to ask you to do process if there's anything else that, if you agree with the summary.
Okay, we're just discussing the summary right now, not the options yet. So do you agree with the question one, the analysis and the response summary of the respondent feedback, or whether there should be other significant issues raised by respondents? Okay, Ada?
Thank you, Tom. I do agree with the summary and of the comments received. However, I am uncertain as to the problem is many commenters, respondents may not have been aware of the differential understanding between the definitions. 8 of them were, but the others, I have questions about whether their answers would have been the same if they were aware of the difference in interpretation. And that's just, and I struggle with it, whether or not that needs to be drawn out better. Well, I've seen you made a comment around it, but I wasn't entirely convinced by it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ada. Simi?
Yes, thank you for the summary and for the good work as usual. And just in addition to Edo's comment, I was wondering if it is possible for the summary to shed some light on the impact on the auditors in the case if, for example, we decide to stay with our own definition and IAASB decides to stay with their own definition. What impact will that have on the auditor and the whole auditing process? Thank you.
Okay, let's hold that thought a little bit because that'll really play into our discussion of the options, but thank you. Josephine? Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to echo what Edo said. I have the same concerns that we may not have, I don't know if the word is accurate, but because of the timing, I think some comment letters were already in, so it might have been, could have been more. It certainly wouldn't be less. Thanks.
Julie?
I had a little bit of the same issue. I had a bit of a question mark. I think there's a point in the paper that addresses that that's an unknown factor, but I also don't know if we can just absolutely dismiss it as a concern at this point because we don't know. And so while we tried to extrapolate what we do know, I think for me, I still was left with a question as to would the outcome have been different?
Josephine?
Actually, a completely different point. I just thought that, you know, in your bundle of research and feedback there, and by the way, I do agree with your analysis. In the UK, we actually did some research and all relevant academic research in a UK context actually suggests that the introduction of CAMS had no statistically observable impact on audit fees. So suggesting either that they are, you know, they're costing less or that it's just been absorbed through normal means. But I just thought that that point was raised and you might know that there is an alternative view. Thank you.
Okay. So I do think a number of board members raise an important point about timing and clarification that we would need to consider in terms of our due process, depending upon what path forward we go. I think the idea is that when we put out a proposal, that people understand the full intent of the proposal, and if the intent is not understood or the impacts, then we have to ask ourselves what the question is. I'm not saying whether it is the case or not, but when we get to a position, we will have to revisit that point. So, Isabel, I think people agree with the analysis with the caveat of the timing of the clarification and how that may have impacted respondents. Bill?
Sorry, one further piece of analysis is, have either IAASB or the IAASB, did we receive in those responses any analysis of which countries have applied different PIE definitions?
We've asked that question quite hard, Bill, because it is relevant. There's not actually any current data. It's something I personally had sort of assumed IAASB might have been tracking, but there isn't a current database. We reference something in the papers which talks about, I think it's 70 countries, is it? But what we don't have is the information on the other countries, and they're likely to be the ones that are maybe not implementing as quickly. We have had some data which Isabel will refer to a bit later around the differences between the definition of listed and PTE, and that there are a reasonable number of countries, sort of 30, 40 countries where there are slight differences between those. And I think that plays into when we talk about the options that we have. To do nothing is actually going to cause some problems there, because there are differences in those definitions, even just between listed and PTE. But to answer the question, there's not a current data. And I suppose actually maybe just to respond to the comments, obviously the IAASB clarification was only issued in the last couple of weeks. So it's difficult to go back to ask people what their view might be on something that they still haven't seen. So we are, at least now it's there and available. Isabel.
Billy?
No, maybe just in answer to Bill's question, I think the best information we have currently is the information that was set out in paragraph 29 of the issues paper, where we say IAASB in April 2023 did publish the results of a survey that they did, where 78 jurisdictions responded, and 58 of those jurisdictions at that point already complied with IAASB's revised by definition in terms of having met all three the categories in terms of publicly traded entity, financial institutions, and insurance companies, with refinements in the local jurisdiction. In addition to that, the additional data that we have is that at the NSS meeting in May, there were 5 additional jurisdictions. Sorry, remember our group of NSS is about 18. A lot of those 18 were already included in the 78. But out of the data that was collected at the NSS meeting in May, another 5 jurisdictions were in that original list of 78 indicated that they are in the process of making the necessary refinements to get to the IAASB mandatory category. So that will take the 58 up to 63 in terms of the data that we have.
I guess the one thing that would complement that data is like the size of the capital markets that they cover too, which I think is a relevant point. So, okay, I think that's a good discussion on this question 1. Josephine, I think that's a stray 10 card, right? Isabel, is it back to you?
Thank you, Tom. If we go to the next slide. And just, I do agree that we don't know if we would have gotten other respondent that would have said something about that clarification. But I just want to say we did act on the 8 that we got, and then we are proposing options to resolve that issue. So I don't know if, like, even if we had gotten 25 respondents that had notified us of that problem, if we would have had the different way forward. Like, we're still presenting some options. So we're responding to the comments, even though if it was 8. Due to the impact of the divergence on the project objective and on the project overall, the task force has come up with 2 options that slightly differ from the proposal in the ED. So there's option 1 that is adopting the definition of PTE as a replacement of listed entity, and as well as adopting the framework and the overall objective and purpose for identifying entities that should be treated as, or that the differential requirements should be extended to. The reason why we're including the framework is that we think that there's a really good benefit from firms to have that included in the application material and serve as guidance in the ISQM and ISIS. The option 1 means that the differential requirements will be applicable to PTE, so the publicly traded entities, although firms will still be encouraged to identify other entities to apply those differential requirements to. Under the second option, we do adopt the definition of publicly traded entity as a replacement of listed entity, but we will also adopt the definition of PI with a conditional requirements to apply that definition only if the jurisdiction has further refined the 3 base categories. So in effect, that means that the clarification that was issued by IAASB a couple of weeks ago will be embedded in our standard. And then just like option 1, we have the objective and the framework also in we're including that in the illustrative drafting. If we go to the next slide. So the task force have looked at what the impact on the project objective and on the applicability of the definition means for each of the options. So as you can see on the slide, there's some pros and cons of adopting either options. On option 1, we have strong global consistency because we're adopting or we're proposing to adopt the publicly traded entity definition, which is a bit more consistently applied across jurisdiction. And then under option 2, the alignment with IAASB is obviously stronger because it does embed their clarification into our standard. And there's also other points there for you to consider. And then you will have seen a bigger description too in the issues paper. So if we go to the next slide, just wanted to clarify something about the listed entity. When we first read the updated FAQ, there was some question around if a firm doesn't have to treat any entities as PI, what does that mean for a listed entity? Are we actually going back on some of our current differential requirements? Because right now they're all for listed entity. And then just want to clarify for everyone that listed entity is actually part of PTE. So if a jurisdiction has a definition for listed entity, then therefore they have further refined the category of publicly traded entities, and then we'll have to treat listed entities as PI. So there shouldn't be a lot of jurisdiction. That's the intention, was that there shouldn't be a jurisdiction that doesn't have listed entity, that doesn't apply differential requirements to listed entity. However, we have become aware that, like Sue mentioned earlier, there's about 30 to 40 jurisdictions that have actually, that listed entity would not be considered PTE because of removal of certain exchange or certain type of listing within certain exchanges that does not meet the new definition of publicly traded. So there's that little caveat there. So with that, I think we can go to the next slide, which will actually be the discussion on which option the board members would like to adopt. And then we would be very interested in why that option is your preferred one. And if we also had provided some illustrative drafting. So if you have any comments on the illustrative drafting, happy to have those as well. So I think that's it. Tom.
Thank you, Isabel. I propose dealing with the question 2 first, because and then we'll deal with question 3 after. So we want your views on the 2 options being put forward in this paper, and then we could deal with question 3 afterwards. We do need to hear the voice of the board on this one too. Okay, anyone wish to start? Okay, Ada, you're brave. You went first.
Okay. So let me just say that I'm overall disappointed with where we are now, and to a large extent that's not our doing. The I sit here as an IAASB board member, where we make global standards. And that sits near and dear to my heart. And if we are doing something, it needs to be globally operable. So the clarification by IAASB on their definition of a PI was disappointing, and created a divergence with how we thought it could be globally implementable. And that rug has pretty much been pulled from under our feet. I do like consistency and alignment, but it needs to make sense and it needs to be globally operable. And as a result, I sit in option 1. Well, we can operationalize PTE. We grab that consistency. There are many firms that are required to, or the firms will need to look at ISQM1 anyway, and no firm has a benefit of having to treat an entity differently for independence rules as for the audit. It creates a complexity that I'd rather not have, but it's there. So I think that interoperability, that will narrow because the firms just don't want to hassle, deal with it. And in Europe, it doesn't exist anyway. But I see this as the most operable option. It's going to be snake pit if you go to option 2. And if we start discussing it, I have another few comments on that. Thank you.
Julie?
I'm also in the same place as Edo on the options. I don't know if it's even operable. To me, it's viable. I think option 1 to me is the only viable option right now. Option 2 just felt like, while slightly different, almost the same place where we were with the exposure draft, that I think is going to cause a lot of global inconsistency. So option 1 was a viable option for me. I understand if we did nothing and didn't even do option 1, that would also be a problem, because having a difference between listed entity and PTE from a little bit of research is going to cause issues as well. And so that would be solved with option 1. So I'm in favor of option 1.
Thank you. Wendy?
So you're not going to hear anything different from me. Disappointed, sort of a knee-jerk reaction of do nothing, but agree with Julie that that's probably not viable. So I support option 1, but only for the adoption of the PTE definition only. Option 2 seems to create too many unintended consequences, and it's not, I think, not really operational. And I think that answers question 2. Thanks.
Josephine?
Thank you, Tom. I would also say, like Ado, I was wholly disappointed with this situation. And what we've lost here is our global baseline, which we were working so hard to achieve. And as Julie puts it properly, I feel that option 1 for us as a global standard setting board is actually a already viable option. That's a great way to describe it. And that means from our position as a board. But I would say in Europe, we have got differentiated requirements for pies, and all our pies are slightly different. And it seems to work quite well there. So I don't think we can shut it out completely. Maybe look at this again sometime in the future, because that's actually what's happening in a major jurisdiction globally. But for now, yes, I think the team option 1 is probably the most viable. Thank you.
Neil?
So the concern for me around option 2 is that we've got this incomplete set of information. And so the idea of choosing option 2 now, there are too many unknowns. And I think once we get clarity on what those knowns are, I would support option 2 down the line, once we've got a complete picture of what it looks like. And so if we to choose a baseline that's going to be a global baseline, I think option 1 is the only viable place. I do think that firms, I think that's what I was hearing Edo saying, I do think that firms are going to go beyond option 1. And so we would get enhanced quality and some of those additional procedures done on a number of entities in some of our largest corporations that perhaps go beyond a PTE. So for now, it would need to be PTE, but I'd be open to looking at option 2 once we've got a more complete picture.
Anyone want to speak on behalf of option 2 at the table? I do think it's fair for me to, Greg.
Thanks, Tom. And of course, there's no perfect option here between these two. It's there are pros and cons quite clearly. Having read the paper and coming to the board meeting, I was leaning towards option 2, and I thought there was a soft encouragement from the task force in that direction. Now I could be wrong with that, but and I guess option 1 seemed to be, yes, we're disappointed, but actually we're pretty much where we were. If we go with option 1, we have made 0 progress here after however many years activity. And therefore it seemed the public interest wasn't being served. If we had some public interest objectives, we weren't going anywhere fast with any of it. So I was attracted to option 2 to try and make option 2 work, because it felt like pushing ahead with the proposals that we'd set out to do and to raise the bar, albeit inconsistently, perhaps, globally. If you think now what happens, jurisdictions in effect set the who question, which entities apply which standards. So option 2 felt consistent with that notion. And I think option 2 still preserves the fact that we as a standard setting board are setting the global benchmark. It's just how is that being applied. So I guess I was differentiating between us doing our job, setting a global standard, and how it might be applied by the jurisdictions, the local bodies. So coming to the meeting, I was attracted to 2. I think I'm still leaning that way, but I do hear the comments. If the view of the board collectively is the only viable option now is option 1, but we'll keep option 2 open, then I'm okay with that. But if there is any more support for option 2, then that would be good too. But I'm happy to be a lone ranger on it, Tom.
I think we need to provide some context too, because track 2 isn't the only thing we've done on PI in terms of convergence. Remember, we had a track 1 project element of this where we achieved a common objective, where we now have disclosure in the auditor's report related to the application of differential requirements or PI requirements. Secondly, as I view it, option 1 and 2 are entirely consistent with IAASB's position itself. We have achieved convergence. Publicly traded entity is a clear subset of PI, and one in which there seems to be a great degree of global consistency on it. I would caution us not to criticize IAASB in this exercise either, because if their goal was to reach global consistency of a PI definition, and there is take-up of their definition, and part of the reason they've been jurisdictions may have been incented was the way they went about it, then they will have achieved their objective to achieve PI consistency. It does raise the question that Neil put out, is we don't have perfect information yet about what the take-up is, and it may suggest a track where we went down the option 2 route when we knew that there was broad adoption of the revised PI definition. So I think there's some nuance here as a board that we should capture. I guess my one concern about option 2 is it introduces a slightly different model of standard setting to our standard. Reason we went down the approach originally was that people either adopt our standards or don't with clear definitions in our standards itself. We don't leave it to jurisdictions to adopt some of our standard or another. And in truth, in this situation, there's a further delinking because we're dependent upon someone else's definition of pi as a result. So that raised the question of a slippery slope that we may be on for other standard setting projects going forward too, which gives me a little discomfort with option 2. Like, I think I'm personally very supportive of extending our standards differential requirements to pi when we have a common definition of it. And when they got to a critical mass, maybe we go back to the approach we adopted in the ED, so there wouldn't be a divergence. But that's sort of more of a construction concern I have on the standard as well. Bill?
I'm not talking to option 2, so I can hold if there's other people talking to that.
This is about, are you in favor of option 1?
No, I actually have a question.
Okay.
I mean, you explained it very well there, and the just lingering question is my mind. Yeah, I'm on now. Sorry. In brief, how did IAASB explain their commitment to a global baseline and yet undertake the action they undertook? So many people have said we're in support of a global baseline, and you've sort of explained a little bit, Tom, by saying they really just tried to incentivize local countries to move forward. What is their acknowledgement of the commitment to a global baseline?
Thank you, Tom. And I'll address, Bill, I'll address your comment as well. I just wanted to make sure that we also consider all the, well, we at least have all the facts on the table. I think in Tom's reply, Tom, you alluded to one of the concerns you had as well. And I think that's an important one, important aspect that wasn't raised by other board members. So if I just look at back at some of the comments, I think a few board members said it is not operational, or IAASB would argue, well, it is being operationalized. It is, jurisdictions are busy doing this. There were 58 that were already aligned. There were 5 others that are busy aligning. So it is being operationalized. So that could be an argument. I think the one thing that we need to remember here, and this is starting to get to Bill's question, what IAASB said is that in their project, and it's reflected in our explanatory memorandum as well, it is impossible to write a global definition for pi. They accepted that. We can't do that. So therefore, the fact that there would have been jurisdictional variations was always expected and accepted, because we cannot write a global baseline definition. So now it was, what is the model that is needed to operationalize that point? And so what you see in option 2 is really taking IAASB's proposals and their clarification, so the whole package, given how they described the intent, and we were trying to reflect that in the standard through mainly that, and we're not discussing the drafting as such yet, but through that conditional requirement that we proposed. To say, well, that's a way at least to, in the standards, not in non-authoritative guidance, in the standards creating a mechanism that as jurisdictions come online, then those requirements will apply to them. So, and I fully accept, and that's the point that Tom made, if the board cannot get comfortable with the model, then I understand why the board doesn't want to go with option 2. But we also have to realize, because there were also a few comments, let's wait for a little bit, let's come back to it. Even if we come back to it, that's the only way the model can be operationalized. There's nothing else we can do. So even if we revisit it over 5 years, it will still have to be a conditional requirement because there's no other way to do it. Because that's the model. And so we need to decide, can we get comfortable with the model or not? And then that's a board decision that, and we've heard arguments already around those points. So Bill, just more specifically to your question, is they got comfortable with to say we can't write a global definition. We expect there to be variations, but there will be a level of consistency, global consistency in terms of the types of entities that will be treated as spies.
Okay. Sammy and then Dave.
So just to Willie's comment, I mean, it depends what we mean by consistency. If we are seeking 100% agreement, of course, we'll never achieve that. There will always be some variation. But if the majority agrees to some certain aspect or some certain definition, then that would achieve consistency eventually. And I don't remember with our June draft that we had so much like disagreement from the commentators on what we had with the fact that there was a proposal to have at least 3 minimum requirements and the rest will be up to the regulators to decide. I don't remember having so much resentment against this. So this one thing. The other thing, I don't know, is just an idea that comes to my head. Usually when we compare between the auditing standards and the regulations, we have that concept that says follow the more strict piece of instruction. I don't know if we can apply the same concept here, that, you know, if IAASB can say, if you have our definition and then the auditing framework that you're following have different definition, follow the more strict one, and then by default, you'll be in compliant with both. Thank you.
Dave?
Thanks, Tom. One of the slides just before this summarized the evaluation of paragraph 28, and it was a nice visual. Paragraph 28 and let's make sure I'm saying the right paragraph number. The possible different outcomes, and it used a little pie chart, you know, whether it was highly likely, or maybe I've got the wrong paragraph here. Could we go back a slide or two? Because it'd be easier if I was looking at it to make the comment. I don't know. Well, while they're actually go back one more, this one. It seemed to me in reading the board materials that the task force, just by virtue of the shading on the option 2, that the task force was sort of driving toward that option. The concerns that I'm hearing expressed by board members, I didn't read those clearly in the board package. So I think regardless of the direction that the board takes, it'll be important that it's framed within the public interest framework, that this is in the public interest to take whatever direction the board decides to take. So I think I'm hearing concerns that weren't necessarily, that I didn't see when I read the board materials.
Thank you. And when I read that slide, I actually don't view it's given normative outcomes there. It's just saying what the impact could be on existing practice. But I think your reminder is right. We make every determination in under the prism of the public interest framework. Sue?
Since a couple of board members have mentioned it, I just wanted to come back on the task force position, because I think we were very conscious that if we were going to be potentially, pulling back from the objectives that we'd set ourselves, we wanted the board to form their own decision. So we didn't want to lead. And probably in not leading and trying to be sort of excessively fair, we've probably steered towards the option that wasn't the preferred option of the task force. So obviously the task force members can speak for themselves, but just speaking purely personally, I find this a real kind of head and heart sort of situation. I would love to be able to get further But after all the work we've done, it just feels like option one is the one that is achievable and is workable and all those kind of things. So that's where the task force was. And as I say, if any of the task force want to speak, that's fine. But we weren't trying to steer. We wanted to try and just present the information in a way that gave you the facts for your own decisions.
Sachika?
Thank you. And similar to it's a very tough decision, and I thought a lot of things. And because now we are, showing this slide, if I can add some additional impact to either we choose option one or option two, it's actually timeliness. Because I think we choose option two, it's clear that we need to redeliberate and also re-export things because the presumption it's already changed. So if we pursue option two, we need to restart the thinking again, which will affect the timeliness. On the other hand, I think option one, it's we already get the view from the respondent. Maybe we can accelerate the project. So I think there is some difference in the impact on option one and option two. And also other thing I can add that is the similar to Tom mentioned. I think there is some structure change. I mean, in the IAASB, there is only I think there is no requirement that sorry, maybe I need to check my note. There is no requirement that that apply only in jurisdiction where applicable lower regulation exists, and it's almost like if we have such kind of requirement, there is concern that the quality of the audit engagement in accordance with either will vary, which seems to be a little bit concern for me. And therefore, if we have these type of requirement, it should be only for this, which affect our way of thinking. That is other impact. So if we pursue option two, we need to be very careful about timeliness as well as the what the meaning of complying with IAASB. And that is other thing that I can add to this impact chart. So all in all, my position is that if we pursue timeliness, I think option one is the answer. If we pursue option two, we need to redeliberate and re-expose and thinking about these, a lot of unintended consequences. That's my position. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone who hasn't spoken want to give a sense of which direction we should go? Kai?
Yeah, I'm with my fellow colleagues here saying option one is the one that I think is the only one that I see for now we can choose.
Okay. Anyone else? Even task force members? Or not?
Thank you, Tom. Well, during the discussions in the task force, I was more comfortable with the option two, but listen to my fellow colleagues, and after the discussion that we have in the task force, I believe that in this moment, maybe option one is just one operable. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, I haven't said anything before, but it's my feeling with the majority going for option one.
Christelle?
I'm not sure that if any of these two options are fully appropriate, but option one appears to be the only viable one. Thank you.
Okay. Michelle?
Yeah, I agree to going for option one.
So it seems like there's a strong sense of the board towards option one. I do think there's a strong public interest case to be made here, and a strong case to be said that we are still interoperable and converged with IAASB as a result. There's no disconnect here. So that should be noted. I think the arguments relate to the consistent application of our standards, the understandability, because the impacts will be in terms of a lot of the publicly communicated information. So usability to the external users, enforceability questions, and some of the practical implementation concerns of implementing option 2. I also heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a sense of this board that extended differential requirements to pies, as was originally suggested in the ED, is a supportable presumption at a point in which there is confidence that there's a global baseline in place. We would have to consider the construction and the timing of that, but we should not lose sight of some of the sentiment around the table on that point. But I'm not sure that's a question we have to agree now. It could be in the basis for conclusions of whatever final standard that we have in place. It does raise, as I said, a construction question that Billy raised, and there's two ways to do it: is either putting it into the standard as we had in the ED, because there's so much consistency around the world, or adopting the option 2 that we had with all the concerns that people raised around the table. So I think we gave very clear guidance to task force. I think there is a strong public interest position. I do think it's very important for us to state that we have achieved convergence, though, in interoperability. There's nothing with option 1 that doesn't achieve interoperability.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And maybe just want to add that at the outset, I was, and that's where my disappointment's coming from, that I expressed before, was very much in favor of differential requirements for pi. But then and applying the definition, how we read it, which was in line with the letter of the definition, I was fine with it. But if there's now different definitions in either places, or a definition that just doesn't achieve global consistency, that's just makes it really hard. And again, yeah, we are where we are. It's disappointing, and I do think that when we speak of coordination, well, that this should be a topic between the two boards to continue discussing. And once we get some traction on establishing a global baseline, yes, please, let's bring this back to the board.
Josephine?
Yeah, I think, Ado, that's spot on. I think I don't want to lose the comment that others have said as well, that we need to come back to it. It can't just be forgotten. And a good way to address that is to keep it on the coordination matters list always, and then for Vili to monitor it for us. I think that's very important. Thank you, Ado.
So
I just wanted to build on that, really, because one of the things that has come out quite clearly in the discussions we've been having with IAASB has been that the time for local jurisdictions to implement this has been longer than perhaps was originally anticipated. So quite a number are at maybe an earlier stage than might have been anticipated, but we're dealing with an effective date to be able to sort of wrap this in. So I'd probably concur with others that there's an opportunity, perhaps once the majority of jurisdictions have gone through that implementation phase, that there's information available to be able to look at what the situation is in the various capital markets. So I won't be here, but I would certainly support not losing this. And we will. There's a whole raft of things that we have for supporting option 2 if it comes back on the agenda.
And just a reminder, option 1 just doesn't end with the PTE definition. It does have encouragements in it and drafted around it. So I think that's context that we need to keep reminding people. And so I think we're firmly in the option 1 camp right now, but with the provisos about further coordination and willingness to go to the extension of differential requirements at the point in which there has been sufficient take-up globally. Does that lead us well into question 3 right now, Sue?
Yeah, so what I was going to suggest, given that we've got the strong steer towards option 1, is that if board members want to provide any comments they have in relation to the drafting of option 1, that would be useful at this point. I think if there are comments on option 2, we'd very happily take them offline. I mean, obviously, board members can raise whatever they want, but it seems, probably seems more efficient in terms of the way forward if we are progressing with option 1, that we have, the clear discussion on any concerns relating to that. Thanks.
Okay. Any comments on the drafting of option 1? Recognizing, as Sue does, that the board members will say what they want. Sachika.
Thank you. I have only one point, which is on ISQM 116 small p, big B. And also that is the last added sentence, which start from for purpose of the ISQMs. And if this sentence could be read that PTE may be defined separately from IAASB code because it's a for purpose of ISQMs. And therefore, if option 1 will pursue, I suggest revisiting this sentence. For example, maybe we can say, something like option 2, ISQ 1, A to big C, which that talks about pi. We can change that to PT situation, and we can say something like the firm ordinarily treat the same entity as a public traded entity for purpose of the ISKMs and relevant ethical requirement, including those related to independence, so that people can understand. Usually ISKM definition PTE and relevant ethical requirement PTE is the same. That's my suggestion.
Josephine?
Yeah, actually, I was really happy with what the task force put forward, Sachiko. And that was quite a lot that you said, and I wasn't really following it. So maybe, I don't know whether you could repeat it so that we're clear, or maybe we can look at what your wording. That'd be helpful, because I was happy with what they had. I'm not sure I would want to change it. Thank you.
Sorry, maybe I wasn't very clear. My comment is on ISQM 116 small p big B, which says for purpose of the ISKM's law, regulation, or professional requirement can more explicitly define PTE in a jurisdiction. So which means for purpose of ISKMs, you define something, but it seems to suggest that it is different from the PTE defined in relevant ethical requirements. So maybe we can say something, we can have some clarified sentence to say usually the PTE definition in ISQM is the same that was defined for the purpose of IAASB code. Or maybe I misunderstood the point, so maybe we can talk later.
I know we put this, Vili will tell me all about how the paragraphs link together and our conventions on these, but I guess if what I'm hearing is it's the for the purposes of the ISQMs that is causing the problem, because law or regulation might define it more explicitly. So maybe we can have a look at the construct there without damaging what you're happy with, I think.
Thank you. Julie?
Yeah, and I'm happy to share some of this offline as well, Sue, but the paragraph, and I'm under option 1 in paper 7A, the paragraph that's ISQM 1.A2 big E. And it's the paragraph that sort of lists the factors that a firm might consider when thinking about a broader set of something they may want to, scoop into their public interest. I felt like and I understand what the intent was with those bullets, but now we sort of bounce back and forth in those bullets between PTE and PIE, and I got a bit confused as to the message we were trying to send, because in some respects, I mean, if we change the differential requirements to be applicable to PTEs, and we have this clarification now that says regardless of what a jurisdiction's done, a PTE is, has the same meaning globally, and you apply the differential requirements to all of those PTEs. Some of the bullets that refer to PTE got me a little bit confused because that would just be a taken. I don't know if that would be a consideration factor for something more. So as I said, I can give you some of those thoughts, but that paragraph just tripped me up a little bit.
Thank you, Julie. Anyone else? Get back to the team. Oh, Ada, sorry. Late card raising. I'm so used to you being prompt on your card raising.
Thank you, Tom. In respect of, I'm focusing on option 1, as you requested. So on ISQM 1A to C, we now include an example. For example, the IAASB code requires that a firm treat an entity as public. I'm not sure it does based on the FAQ. So I'm not sure the example is appropriate there. Because this seems to suggest to promote the inconsistency between the two. At least that's how I read it. So you may want to have a look at whether that example is appropriate there. On 1A to D, they're struggling a little bit with that because there's nothing in ISQM1 defining what a PI is, and here we refer to public interest entity. So I want. Do we need to? Anyway, that's may want to have a look at that, and then yeah, we have some other comments on A2E as well, which we'll send over so to consider. Thank you.
Philly?
I just want to make sure I understand, and I know, Julie, you said you will send some suggestions through. And I think Ada's comment on A2D is probably the same thing. Is it an A2D and A2E? Do I understand correctly? It's the fact that we're using the term public interest entity. Because you're quite right, under option 1, we now don't have that term. And therefore should we then, so we should be more descriptive in what we are referring to in terms of, because remember, we have adopted the framework. We are talking about entities where there's significant public interest in the financial condition of the entity linking back. Okay, that's fine, that we can do.
Thank you. Robert?
I refer to Sashika, option 1, ISQM 116, little p, big B, the same paragraph which you refer to, which is the addition. From my or our perspective, we discussed this last week, believe that this addition under the definition of PT is not necessary. It could be deleted because jurisdictions and firms have had sufficient experience dealing with the differences between the IAASB definition of listed entity and their national definition. So I think it goes a little bit in the same direction as Sashika said, and from our perspective, we don't need this additional wording here. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Philly?
Maybe just to Robert's point, and I will like to just hear if other board members have the same view, because we thought that piece of essential application material in the definition was necessary, because the intent is to say that for publicly traded entities, law regulation may more explicitly refine. So, for example, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, in Canada you use size thresholds for your entities, in which case we are just saying there that's our definition, but we do acknowledge that for purposes of our standards, law regulation may further refine those categories in terms of the publicly traded entities.
Josephine?
Yes, I would have real problems with that being taken out. I think it's very helpful and I'd rather it remain subject to the Sachiko and I looking at the words.
Anyone else? Most people prefer that subject to the wording, keeping that in. Okay. So,
Okay, thank you. Obviously, if anyone has any further comments, please send them in to us and we will be looking at the drafting because we'll be presenting that back. If that's it on the kind of drafting and the guts of what we've been talking about, we do have the point on 2400 to cover. So if we take that onto the next slide, Ida's going to take us through the material you've seen.
Okay, so right now let's move to the next topic. That is proposed revisions to the ISRE 2400. So we received general support from the respondent for the proposal to provide transparency in the review report about the relevant ethical requirement for independence applied for certain entities. Respondents also asked to clarify how disclosure requirement under the IASB code can be met when performing ISRE 2410 review engagement. That is for the interim financial informations. And they also asked to perform holistic review for the ISRE 2400 and also the ISRE 2410. So right now, the ISRE 2410 is already under the strategy and work plan, and the project will start in the first half of 2025. That's the high-level summary of what we heard. I would like to turn it back to Tom for the boss discussions.
okay. Anyone want to comment on question 4? Thank you, Josephine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's yes, yes, and yes. Thank you.
Does anyone have a different view than yes, yes, and yes? Okay. Ada's less enthusiastic, but you get an okay on all of them. Is everyone else either somewhere between okay and yes on all 3 questions? We got to, yeah. We're getting very informal now. Okay. So you got, that's the feedback you get it.
Perfect. So that's great. That was the easy bit. So that's a relief. So I think so just closing out. I think there's one more slide, Michelle. Really just thanking you for the feedback. We've got a very clear steer as to where we're going. We will work on that. I guess, thank you to everybody for the patience. This really hasn't been easy, and the task force and the team have put an awful lot of work in. So appreciate that. We will continue to work through and analyse the rest of the questions. We're conscious you haven't seen everything, but we needed this steer to be able to move forward. So we will come back to you in December, hopefully with something that we can approve, and then we can wave goodbye to pie for a little bit. So I think that's it. And obviously we'll continue to work with IAASB and look forward to December. Brilliant.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you again to the team for all your hard work on it. And I really appreciated the setup for it, that you put forward 2 options for us to consider without bias, that allowed us to actually consider everything at the table and have a good board discussion on it. So well done to you for that. Okay, what I suggest is before we take a break, I'll turn to Dave and ask for any perspective from the PIOB.
Great, thank you, Tom, and thanks to the task force for the work that you've done and to the board for your feedback. I hear everything you're saying. I understand the direction you're going. Tom, I appreciate your comments on how this will fit into the public interest framework, and I think clarity on that will be important as the PIOB considers certifying a proposed standard. And I also agree with the approach to stay on the agenda for coordination between the two boards as the situation evolves. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Okay, so we're 15 minutes early. What I suggest is we break now. This will allow the fraud
Earlier,
to
print that
get
now so
ready.
you can bring it to them.
Hi, Megan.
Thanks, Megan.
We'll break now, but we'll start 15 minutes earlier as well. So we'll reconvene at 15 minutes past the hour, and we'll start with fraud. Okay? Have a good break. Great job.
Oh my God, Bob.
Okay, we're gonna get going in 2 minutes. Okay, could we get seated? Welcome back. We're gonna turn our attention to fraud right now. I'm gonna hand it over to Julie to introduce the topic, and then I see a big team around the table that are gonna be our Sherpas through this project.
Thank you, Tom. And the fact that we have quite a number, they all wouldn't fit on this title slide. So we had to skinny down the words on the slide, or else it was becoming really, really busy. We're happy to be here. First time back after our exposure draft closed. So it has been a little while since we talked about fraud with the board, but you'll see that we got some really rich feedback on our exposure draft. We got quite a number of letters, and we're going to walk through some of the questions that were in the exposure draft with you today. We're really looking forward to hearing thoughts and perspectives on the task force's recommendations, I'll call them that. And we do know, a little hockey analogy from someone who's from Canada, we're sort of in period 1. So we've got a couple more periods to go, and we'll definitely be back talking to you for the next 2 quarters as we work this through. So next slide, please. So I mentioned the large team. Josephine, we had to sort of superimpose you into the picture there, because while you were there for part of that meeting, we didn't have all of your time, but you were definitely a huge contributor to the efforts. And that is not coincidence that background looks like the going concern background. It is not a wallpaper. It is truly a picture with the same background. We met in the same office during the same week as the going concern team. So that team has done a lot of work, and you'll see that as evidenced as we work through the various pieces of the standard today. Next slide, please. I mentioned the exposure draft. The exposure draft was open from beginning of February to beginning June. We got 89 responses, which is quite a lot. And we did get a lot of rich feedback as part of that response. I'll just highlight a couple there. We did get 2 letters from monitor group members, and we also got 3 letters from the investor and analyst category, which I thought, well, one could say, well, that's only 3. It's 3. And sometimes we don't get many, if any. And so the fact that we got 3 was really important to us. So that doesn't discount the other 86 letters, but it's important that we had letters from all of our stakeholders. Next slide, please. There were 12 questions. We couldn't bring 12 questions to you for this meeting. Definitely needed to analyze more on some of the questions, but we thought that these 4 that are with the little tick in the top right corner were the ones that we had received the most mixed feedback on, and the ones where we really needed to have robust discussions at this stage in the project to move some of those sections of the standard forward. And so by no means does it mean that the other questions weren't important or that they don't touch on other public interest issues. It's just really a timing and a staging of the questions as we work our way through. We are going to talk about those 4, there being the auditor's responsibilities, and that's going to be covered, as well as the risk identification and assessment. You'll remember that's a fairly substantial piece of the exposure draft. And so that was one of the topics we felt was important to bring back to the session today. Fraud or suspected fraud being new, and some mixed feedback there, as well as all of our favorites, transparency. We are going to talk about that again today. And as I said, we're really looking forward to an open discussion and getting the board's feedback on some of the recommendations by the task force. Next slide. So Tom, we thought we would do the overarching question at the beginning as opposed to each time the topic comes up. This is the question around how, does the board feel that the task force has summarized the respondents' feedback appropriately? It is presented in the agenda item 8. This isn't the question for the detailed topics, which we'll get to a little bit later, but if I could hand it back to you, Tom, to ask this question of the board.
Okay. Question 1, anyone, sort of the general due process question? Do we take silence as agreement with that the summary of the feedback is comprehensive and that there are no other significant issues that should be raised? Getting nods around the table, let the record state that people are content.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move right into our first topic, and I'm going to turn it over to Angelo to lead us through that.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad the water is here. I just have to take a quick sip. Okay, so next slide, please. So hello to everybody again. Really wonderful to be talking about something other than technology for a change this week, at least for me. So the plan for this session is, in terms of auditors' responsibilities, I want to highlight some of the major feedback that we got. Certainly, I don't want to repeat a lot of what's already in the issues paper because I'm going to take that as read, but I think it's worth highlighting at least 3 areas that were where we got a lot of feedback and a little bit about how the task force arrived at its conclusions in terms of its views and recommendations. So the 3 areas are inherent limitations. This isn't picking me up very well. Inherent limitations of an audit related to fraud, the ordering of the responsibilities of the auditor, management, and those charged with governance. There was some changes there, so there was a lot of feedback on that. And then finally, third-party fraud. Third-party fraud got quite a bit of feedback, and I'll tell you a little bit about what that feedback was and what the task force decided to do. So I'm going to deal with inherent limitations and the auditor's responsibilities together because I think those are 2 sides of the same coin, really. Many respondents wanted let me make sure I get the qualifiers right. Some respondents wanted significantly more inherent limitations to be introduced into ED 240 on inherent limitations. And many of those same respondents had some concerns around the reordering of the paragraphs where the board will recall that we elevated higher up in the standard the auditor's responsibilities. And it's now described before those of management and those charged with governance. So the task force went back, and this is, I think, the critical point. The task force went back and looked again at the project proposal, just to remind ourselves, what was the issue that we were trying to solve? And the issue was what respondents had told us, the feedback that we had received, is that there was a lack of clarity around the auditor's responsibilities. And specifically, there was a concern that the introductory paragraphs dealing with inherent limitations were contributing to that lack of clarity because they were described at the same time as the auditor's responsibilities. So some thought that that was confusing what the auditor's responsibilities are. So on redeliberating this, and the task force looked at all of the comments, of course, and considered it carefully. Ultimately, the task force decided that they got the balance right. And you'll recall the three things that were done to kind of clarify those responsibilities even more is to decouple descriptions of the auditor's responsibilities and inherent limitations. Those are no longer in the same paragraph because that was, as I mentioned, leading to some confusion. There was the task force also agreed that elevating the description of the auditor's responsibilities was the right thing to do within the context of an auditing standard, where it was coming too late in extant and it was leading to some confusion. Well, we've heard what everybody else's responsibilities are. What's the auditor's? And then finally, there was this introduction of the statement that was coming from ISA 200. So it's not a new statement within the ISAs. It comes from 200 that says that an auditor's responsibility is to plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance, and the inherent limitations do not diminish that responsibility. So on balance, the task force felt that it had accomplished its objective as set out in the project proposal. Nevertheless, there was an addition of a statement that you will have seen in paragraph A12 that says the following: while the auditor may be able to identify potential opportunities for fraud, it's difficult for the auditor to determine whether misstatements in judgment areas, such as accounting estimates, are caused by error or fraud. That's an accurate statement. I think most people would agree with that, and the task force absolutely felt that sentence, which was an extant that had been deleted in ED 240, needed to be reinstated. Okay, I'm going to move to third-party fraud now, really quickly on this one. This was perhaps one of the areas where we got the most amount of comments. There was a lot of respondents felt that the additional material that was included in ED 240, there was an additional requirement. You'll recall in the engagement team's discussion where they're discussing how third-party fraud could be perpetrated against the company. And there was also some application material dealing with the auditor's understanding of the risk assessment of the entity's risk assessment process, where the auditor might consider, amongst other things, how the entity itself is identifying risks associated with third parties. But that additional stuff that's in the ED was misconstrued as potentially the board signaling to the market that there's been an expansion in the auditor's responsibilities related to third-party fraud. That was never the intent. You'll recall that third-party fraud was in extant. It's in the definition of fraud. Nothing's changed as far as the task force is concerned. So there was certainly no intention to expand the scope of the audit related to third-party fraud. Nevertheless, the feedback is pointing at, well, help us understand, board, help us understand what third parties are in scope here. Is it every party that the entity runs into, touches as in its operations? Is it every single one? And after you've helped us understand that, maybe help us understand what's the work effort in terms of risk assessment and responses to those risks. So what the task force has done, it's added 2 paragraphs in the application material, A21 and A21A. And those are helping to get at that first aspect, the qualifying a little bit about what those third parties are. The task force, however, decided to take a pause in terms of adding more, in terms of further expanding on explaining the work effort. They wanted to bring, they thought that what's in there is probably sufficient, but wanted to get some direction from the board on whether you agree. And we can certainly take that back and think about it in the next quarter. So with that, Michelle, if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, and that leads us to this question. I won't, it's a long question. I'll just cut to the chase. Does the board agree with the task force views and recommendations as articulated in the issues paper? And maybe we'll start there, and then we'll get into there's a specific question after that, and we can pick that up later. It's dealing with third-party fraud. But let's start with did any concerns around how the task force articulated the respondents' concerns and their recommendations. Thank you.
Angela, I'm trying to figure out exactly, are we not answering all of question 2 that's on the board right now?
I defer to your expertise in moderation. We could go through all of them or pick up first.
It probably makes sense to do all of question 2.
Yeah, that's what I just was.
Because the paragraph references are
I was
all
just saying,
combined.
I was concerned about delinking it because people will naturally go together. Okay, so people don't have to explicitly address the due process related question unless you feel like the commentary wasn't sufficient in the paper itself. But we'll get input on question 2 now, all of the question 2.
And the second part, Tom, of that question, just to really quickly, is about third-party fraud. And then that last part is any other matters that the task force hasn't considered that should have been addressed.
Thank you, Christelle.
Thank you, Tom. I have one comment on paragraph 1, the first one, on the new sentence that was added. This new sentence stating that this ISA is intended to be applied in conjunction with other relevant ISA and does not intend separate or parallel procedure, tax, or action for similar aspect of the audit. I think that this sentence may not be completely accurate. There are some specific requirements in this ISA, such as testing the appropriateness of journal entries. So I would recommend clarifying this statement by removing the end of a sentence and does not intend, etc., etc. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the task force, all the work that's been done. Sorry, I'm not that tall. And supportive of the work that's been done around at the start of the standard around the responsibilities and so forth. The area that we had a lot of discussion about, however, was on the new application material around paragraph A21. We had several comments here. So in that paragraph, it says, it's explaining that third-party fraud can include an intentional act by a third party. And then it goes on to say, and accordingly, if an intentional act is identified or suspected that could result in misappropriation or fraudulent financial reporting, the auditor has to do something, and that kind of makes sense. But the first question was really around, it says, and accordingly, if, seems to suggest that there's really only 2 situations where an intentional act by a third party would result in the auditor performing procedures in accordance with 55, etc. And so we just wondered if that was too limiting, because we couldn't think of all the situations that might be relevant, but it seemed to be specifically limiting to 2. And one of those related to fraudulent financial reporting. It says if an intentional act by a third party could result in fraudulent financial reporting. And we were struggling with how a third party fraud would result in fraudulent financial reporting. So that was a bit confusing to us in that respect. So I have some suggestions that I could provide offline in terms of how we might rewrite that paragraph to be a bit clearer around what we mean about third-party fraud, what third-party fraud we're including, and how it might affect the auditor's procedures. Thanks.
Ida?
Yes, thank you, Tom. I stumbled over the same paragraph, and I was also wondering how a third-party fraud leads to fraudulent financial reporting. I couldn't make up an example that gets there. It's typically misappropriation of assets, but I was actually fine with the two categories. Those are the two main categories under which all frauds slot. So I didn't have a problem with it, but I was wondering whether fraudulent financial reporting is actually appropriate in here. Thank you.
Anyone else? Dave?
Thanks, Tom. I just had a question. If you go to paragraph A12 on inherent limitations, Angelo, in the last sentence that you introduced, I don't disagree with the sentence that it's difficult for the auditor to determine whether misstatements in judgment areas such as accounting estimates are caused by fraud or error. I don't think we're intending, though, to change the auditor's requirements to consider management bias, but without saying anything about that, I think the auditor still has responsibilities to consider management bias, which also could be a fraud indicator depending on how that evaluation goes. So while I don't disagree with that sentence, I just want to make sure it isn't taken that it absolves the auditor of their responsibility.
Robert?
I have a comment with respect to the responsibility. The limitation of auditors' responsibility to detecting two types of material fraud, misappropriation of assets and fraudulent financial reporting is mentioned various points in the standard. Key concepts, for instance. But if I look at the definition, which is paragraph 18, this definition is kept short and simple, which I like. However, my question or my comment would be, could it or should it be expanded to include the definition of fraudulent financial reporting and misappropriation of assets? Yeah. Because in this definition, paragraph 18, the heading sentence says, for purposes of the ISA. Is this meant this ISA? Fraud? Or what is meant? So maybe a little further clearance. Yeah, thank you.
Angelo? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pick up a couple. Hopefully, we'll definitely consider every question, every comment. Christelle will have a look at that first paragraph for sure. I'll say, and Eric for sure, the accordingly construct, and it does sound limited, so we'll have a look at that as well. On third-party fraud, in terms of how the task force also consider this in London, whether is it accurate to state that a third party could actually be involved in fraudulent financial reporting? It was a comment that came up. I would say and during that conversation, I submitted an example of how that could happen. There could be collusion with management. There could be a service organization involved that's colluding. So I think you got to keep it broader than just misappropriation of assets. But that was just my perspective on the matter. Well, then it's both potentially, but good point for sure. I'll come back to what Dave said. Absolutely, Dave. Great point. That sentence was never intended to absolve the auditor. Certainly, the auditor remains responsible for doing their work. And Josephine quite rightfully points out that paragraph 33 deals with management bias. So no, absolutely. Well, the point there is not to say that the auditors off the hook, but it's just pointing out an absolute fact that it is difficult to discern between what is error and fraud in a judgment area for sure. Finally, on the definition, Robert, there was the board deliberated during the project proposal phase on whether to reopen that definition. There was a decision then to not reopen it. Nevertheless, we'll take back your comment, Robert, and consider it. But I'll those are the points that I wanted to pick up. And Julie, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe comment a little bit further, Christelle, about your comment on paragraph 1. And it's not specifically deleting the words that you'd suggested, but just the fundamental reason why that's there. We got quite a bit of feedback, and the board actually gave us this feedback along the way, that there was could be a perception that there was this parallel process that we were doing in ED 240 to other IAASBs. And we wanted to dispel that myth by saying these requirements are meant to be worked in conjunction with those that might appear in other IAASBs. So it was things like risk assessment, things like reporting. I'm probably missing another one that came up more frequently, but those were the two. And so that was added as a just a nod to the fact that we recognize we got that on exposure, and that was what we were trying to address. We can definitely work on the wording on that paragraph, but I'm hoping that the board's generally in agreement that that would be an appropriate nod to make sure that we don't at least give the appearance that we're doing things in duplicate.
Robert?
Are we going to discuss later on, or in this section, question 2, the issue or notion of suspected fraud?
We're gonna come back to that.
Okay,
thank you, Robert.
Okay, I think you got feedback on question 2. Should we move forward?
Michelle, if you want to move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go through the comments that were received on risk identification and assessment. I'm actually not going to discuss every comment that we received because there was quite a few, but I'll just highlight some of the main comments that we got. I want to start by saying that we did actually get support for the proposal. There was a lot of respondent that was mentioning that there was some that the proposed requirements was enhancing the robustness of risk identification and assessment. So that was good. But there were some comments too for some revision or some suggestion to further enhance that section of the standard. So the first one, Julie just touched upon on it. It was regarding the duplication of the requirement and the perception that the requirements constitute a separate risk identification process. So we did look at the requirements one by one, and we actually identified a few areas where we could streamline the requirements. You would have seen that mostly in paragraph 26, 30, and 33. Those are some of the paragraphs that we actually streamlined to make sure that there was less duplication with the foundational requirements that was in 315. And like Julie just explained, we actually added that sentence in the first paragraph too of the standard. Another point that we received, and that was made also by the monitoring group, was on the lack of clarity regarding the relationship between fraud risk factors and the concept of inherent risks. So a lot of respondents indicated that the way it's described in the ED, it implies that an effective control environment can mitigate the fraud risk factor. But then when we look at the application material, we actually say that fraud risk factor are a subset of inherent risk, and that should be done before control, assessing the control. So there was some confusion of the timing of that assessment. So in response to those comments, the task force proposed an updated application material related to the definition of fraud risk factor. So you would have seen that in the agenda item 8A. And then we also saw some respondents struggling to understand the purpose of the requirement in paragraph 32 about the evaluation of fraud risk factor. So we moved that paragraph a little bit further in the standard just so it's a more logical place for it. So we're hoping that that clarifies or the intention or related to fraud risk factors. Another area is around the engagement team discussion. So there was some suggestion to include additional topics to be discussed at the engagement team discussion, and then adding also a new requirement to reassess the need for further engagement team discussion during the audit, during the audit engagement. So the task force took on some of the revision or the suggestion that was proposed, and we added some of the proposed topics because they're seen often in practice, and then that would just add global consistency to that requirement. We had a discussion around adding a new requirement, even like if a conditional requirements to reassess the need for a subsequent engagement in discussion. But in the end, the task force concluded that they didn't want to imply that a multiple engagement team discussion was required or have a need for other documentation when you do not need that further engagement in discussion. So we didn't have add anything there. The last point I want to point out more specifically is around the whistleblower program. Some respondents suggested that given the importance of the program in the identification of fraud, we should have actually a requirement to understanding that program and not just application material. So that's where the task force landed as well. So we elevated the application material into the requirement, making it conditional. If the program exists, we should obtain, the auditor should obtain an understanding of it. And like I said, we have received other comments, but you'll see the in the standard, like in the proposed revision, you'll see a few other changes that's in response of comments that we receive. So that's a summary of what we've done for risk identification and assessments. I think we can go to the question.
And Tom, I might suggest that we take these like individually this time, just because they are relevant, like kind of discrete questions.
Yeah, okay. So let's do introduction and definition of fraud risk factors, paragraphs 1, 18B, and A22 first.
Thanks, Tom. Generally supportive of the changes to around fraud risk factors. The only comment is really in A22, where the first sentence talks about the consideration of fraud risk factors before the consideration of controls. And then the last sentence in that same paragraph talks about fraud risk factors that might relate to the system of control or where it's relevant to the entity's control. So we just found those two seem to conflict with each other a bit, and just wondered if we could, it might simplify things just to delete in the first sentence the reference to before consideration of controls. It's just a suggestion there. Thanks.
Thank you. Sachiko?
Thank you. I also have a comment on A22. Maybe it's just an observation rather than a comment, and maybe a little bit kind of similar angle with what now Eric suggested. The change made to this paragraph A22 clarify that fraud risk factor may affect inherent risk or control risk. But on the other hand, 315 requires separate assessment of inherent risk and control risk. And also in accordance with 315, the auditor shall assess control risk if the auditor plans to test the operating effectiveness of control. And otherwise, the assessment of control risk shall be such that the assessment of the risk or material misstatement is the same as the assessment of inherent risk. And when considering these together, I heard a concern that it could be misunderstood that fraud risk factors which affect control risk do not have to be considered unless the operating effectiveness of controls is planned to be tested. But actually, I agree with the wording of A22, as I think it is correct. But I wanted to raise this now since it is relevant to paragraph 822, and maybe this is more on the issue maybe we need to consider in post-implementation review of 315. We will plan that. That is my observation to this paragraph. Thank you.
Anyone else on introduction and definition of fraud risk factors? Krista?
Thank you, Tom. Just to say that I'm aligned with what Eric said, the fact that I believe that opportunities to commit fraud may come from deficiencies in the system of internal control. Thank you.
Okay. Robert?
With respect to requirement number 40,
I don't think we're up there yet. We're doing
Okay.
just paragraphs 118 and 822. We'll get to that.
okay, so I'll wait.
Okay,
So just thinking about the comment that Eric made, but also amplified by Christelle, and it is something that practitioners struggle with. Fraud risk factors, the relationship. So I welcome the effort to clarify this further. It's I know from our practice that a deficiency in internal control is a fraud risk factor pretty much by definition. That's how we treat them. So there is this interlinkage, and how does that work when you need to do this before consideration of control? Are then all controls that may not work a fraud risk factor? So you get into this loop. So it is a difficult area. In my jurisdiction in the Netherlands, they have issued specific guidance on how you come from fraud risk factors to fraud risk determination. And it is in the process of being translated. I'm pretty sure that Google will do an admirable job in translating it anyway. So I suggest, I think Jasper may be aware of it, but if not, please have a read, because there's some helpful material that could also be leveraged towards implementation material or whatnot. Thank you.
thank you, Ada, for that suggestion. Isabel?
Okay, well, those are a really good point, and yes, it does get into that loop, and it's hard to explain. So I'll happily look at that guidance from the Netherlands, and then we can get back to the task force and then think of how we can clarify that point. So I think we can move to the other sections. So risk assessment procedures, paragraph 26, 27,
Yeah.
29, 31.
We're only dealing with risk assessment procedures and related activities here. Part B of this question. Bill?
Para 29, it's reading a little bit, we've added the revenue recognition presumption there. It's reading more as a checklist rather than I just don't know why we picked that one out to add. I know you want to give it emphasis. It just seems to be unnecessarily giving it a higher profile.
Christelle?
On A54, the fair example of analytical procedures performed and the usual of an expected relationship. I think that this example, this procedure looks more like a test of details than an analytical procedure. And I would recommend deleting this example. I sent you some suggestion considering other examples like decorrelation between the sales amount and the cost of sales, or decorrelation between the entity margin rate and competitors' margin rate, or indicators that profitability is disconnected from cash flow. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thank you. Just a comment on A54, which is a new paragraph with various examples around analytical procedures. And generally very supportive of having this example because it sort of encourages a skeptical mindset and sort of encouraging the practitioner to think about what the fraud implications might be when there's an analytical procedure that results in some unusual expectations. The comment I got on this paragraph was really around the fact that it does not really tell you what the fraud risk actually might be when you have these unusual expectations, and maybe that's self-explanatory. But that was seen as a bit of a missing element to the examples. And without wanting to make them a lot more detailed and so forth, perhaps that might be considered when you go back to look at the wording of your examples. Thanks.
Dave?
Thank you, Tom. I'm going back to paragraph 29 and the related application material. I just have a suggestion, a couple of suggestions for consideration. One is whether it's in paragraph 29 or the application materials, the engagement team in the fraud discussion ought to consider estimates that are subject to increased susceptibility to management bias. And whether or not that's a risk factor, I think it's gets everybody on the engagement team sensitive to that issue as well as potential fraud factors. And then my second suggestion is more general in that based on experience, the engagement team discussion could be more robust and more meaningful in many cases. And I think any materials you can add in the application materials or in an implementation guide that would help engagement teams make sure these engagement team discussions are meaningful and put the team in the right mindset as they execute the engagement would be useful.
Okay. I don't see any other. Sorry.
Thank you, Tom. I had also some comments with in respect to the examples. So I like that there's examples in there, and I'll send them in. But I had a similar comment on one of them that I think that's not an analytical procedure, and also the first one seems to be a bit convoluted because you're tying it to market values of government bonds, so you don't need the interest rate from them. So I'll send those in, and I was wondering in respect of paragraph 29 to 31, there's more a question in my head whether an inconsistent response is a fraud risk factor that needs to be taken into account, and so to phrase it potentially differently, but I'll send your comments in.
Okay. Robert?
Coming back to requirement 29, letter A, 2A, it says fraud risk factors, including incentives or pressures or management, those charged with governance or employees to commit fraud. So this comes back to my previous question relating to the definition of fraud. So what is really meant here? And from my perspective, it's about committing fraudulent financial reporting or misappropriating assets, which, by the way, you mention in letter B and letter C. So my question is, what do you mean in letter A? Commit fraud, or in a broader sense, or to have really fraudulent financial reporting and misappropriation of assets? Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Isabel?
Thank you for all the comments. So with regards to the examples, so we had other example that we were looking at, so we can definitely see if we can we'll make sure that those are example of analytical procedures, and then if we need to add a little bit more to link it to the fraud risk factor. Good suggestion there. And then we can take a look also at the engagement team discussion paragraph. Abila, I have your comment about questioning the need for the revenue recognition there, and also Robert A to A. So we can discuss that too. We'll take it back to the task force. Thank you.
So should we go to part C of this now? So we're now on paragraphs 33 to 36, 39, 39A, and related application material. Bill.
Similar, excuse me, a similar comment to what I made before. You commented on introducing requirements with respect to the whistleblower program, and you've got 34 little a big A and 34D 1 big A. I just think it places undue emphasis on the whistleblower program, because whilst it's very important, if you're looking at, I mean, a whistleblower program can have a lot of minute personal claims. I just think you might overshoot the mark there. It's important from the point of view of fraud, but the number of whistleblower reports that relate to fraud will be few. The whole program could be many. I think it's an unnecessary step forward.
I guess I have a question, Bill, on that one. We got as I read it, the comment letters, there was a lot of comments to include whistleblower programs in it. And this does create some type of filter as it relates to fraudulent report and not other factors. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't give it, I don't know, what would be in between something like this or just guidance? So maybe it's for the task force to consider.
Maybe just a couple of thoughts, Bill. I take your point that the whistleblower program can be broad and can cover a lot of different things, and it might not just capture fraud as we want the auditor to think about it. So it's probably a worthwhile discussion at the task force to think about how we could maybe phrase something in application material to guide. But I don't think I don't think the task force wants to remove these requirements, because even in some of the publications that come out from, different fraud examiners, I think it's the ACFE report, this would be seems to be the #1 way that frauds are detected. And so we wanted to make sure that we had some prominence in the standard, that the auditor's considering that. If there is a program, they're considering it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Don't drop it. Just make it focus on the significant matters.
Okay. Dana?
So I'll just come quickly back to the whole whistleblower, because I think additional text is helpful. But I was wondering whether the two paragraphs cannot be merged together, because it's effectively the same point you're trying to make. And you do need to understand how management disposes of also the little things. So I don't want to, off the bat, only focus on significant things, because the little things may identify a theme or a threat that the auditor needs to be aware of. My key comment comes in respect of paragraph 33, because I'm not sure that this is in line with 315. Well, this says the auditor shall obtain an understanding of matters that may lead to an increased suspectability. But you first need to do those procedures in 33A and B and D understanding before you get to the before you can raise fraud risk factors or other elements in respect that potentially give rise to fraud. So we'll provide some suggestions in text, and I'll send those over. But that was my key concern with this. Thank you.
Anyone else on C? Angelo?
Just wanted to make a point that on the whistleblower program, that interacts very much with the fraud or suspected fraud requirements, which we'll be discussing soon. So, you know, I take Bill's point that there's a lot that can be identified in a whistleblower program. What needs to percolate or make its way to the fraud or suspected fraud requirements is something that we can discuss. Because that's certainly the scalability of that has come up in the respondents in a lot of feedback. So we've there's a good discussion to be had there. Thank you.
Okay. Should we go to part D? Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement, not risk of material disappointment. 40, paragraphs 40 and 42. Christelle?
I have two comments. The first one is on para 40. I'm not sure to understand the objective of a change in this paragraph, as ISA 315 revised does not seem to exclude financial statement level risk from the definition of significant risk. So I would appreciate if the task force could explain the change. And in the same vein, I would also suggest add the examples to the A104, so the application material related example of risk of misstatement due to fraud at the financial statement level. And my second comment is on A111. The following sentence has been added related to rebuttal of a presumption on revenue. Revenue is not a key performance indicator, and therefore there are no significant incentives or pressures related to revenue, and there are not significant opportunities for management to manipulate revenue given the revenue is established by a single agreement or is fixed. I have two comments on this sentence. First, the examples above in A111 are related to opportunities to manipulate revenue and not to incentives, which is not aligned with the conclusion above. Secondly, revenue is a KPI in most entities, and this sentence could conduct to significantly reduce the cases where the presumption can be rebutted, even in cases where revenue calculation is very simple and straightforward. Thank you.
Does someone want to respond to the question of rationale for the changes?
Isabel, I want to respond to the rationale. If you want me to jump in on financial statement level risk and significant risk, I'm more than happy to do that, of course.
So the rationale for including that, the changes in the 40.
40, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's actually a bit related to financial statement level risk. So we got comments from some respondent about the management of right of control. There was some confusion about, they were asking for clarity on management of right of control being a financial statement level risk and therefore significant. That was the respondent's perception. When we were looking at those changes, and then Josephine also made a point that's saying that 315 actually does, when you have a financial statement level risk, it cannot be significant. The significance is related to the spectrum of risk, and therefore that is associated with the assertion level risk. And Josephine, please correct me if I'm paraphrasing wrong. So we had multiple discussion with the task force on that, and the intention with adding the little b in paragraph 40 was to clarify when it's a financial statement level risk, we have to determine the nature and extent of that pervasive risk. And then when we have a assertion level risk, that's where you treat them as significant. And therefore, so that we put that in paragraph 40. And then for when we read paragraph 42, where it says the shall treat those risks as a risk of material misstatements due to fraud and thus significant risk, that means that that's an assertion level and not a financial statement level risk. So hopefully that clarifies it.
Nodding. I see. You're good. Okay. Robert,
Well,
did you want to
just
come in?
picking up
Please.
on,
Robert, Julie, did you want to come in?
Robert, apologies. Before we move on, Christelle, would you be able to say the last point you had on A111? I just want to make sure I've captured it appropriately before we move on.
The last point, A111, revenue, I sent you my comment before. Yeah, but revenue is a KPI in most entities, and the sentence that you have could conduct to significantly reduce the cases where the presumption can be rebutted, even in cases where revenue calculation is very simple and straightforward. Is it, yes? You have my, thank you.
Okay, Robert, sorry.
no problem. I want to capture again on requirement 40 little c and what you just explained. Assessing the assertion level risk and treat them as significant risks. This would imply that auditors would treat all risks of material misstatements due to fraud as being high on the spectrum of inherent risk, even though they may have been assessed as being acceptably low. Is that correct? And this is how I understood it, your explanations. And the question is, if so, this then certainly leads to huge work effort, but it may be so. And secondly, is it aligned or does it need to be aligned with ISA 315 and 330? Thank you.
Okay, Sue?
So I also had the question around the structure in paragraph 40 and the taking it down to assertion level, because the explanation is helpful. I'm not sure I'm sort of completely there yet in terms of following the flow. There are risks that are described at the financial statement level, and the response, for example, when you're testing journal entries, is done at that higher level. So as I say, I'm not sure I'm there. So I'll reflect on the explanation and maybe sort of come up with some suggestions as well. Also on paragraph A104, there's obviously been some streamlining of the examples. I felt that we have lost some of the examples that are particularly relevant in LCEs, things like tax minimization and obtaining financing. So I think in terms of being more reflective of the breadth of what we deal with, it would be helpful to bring those in. Thanks.
Okay, Eric?
Thanks, Tom. Start with paragraph A111. I thought it was very helpful to emphasize the shift in focus from the rebuttal to fraud in revenue, and like how the effort's been made to sort of link the significance of these examples to the fraud triangle concepts. The challenge that we found was just sort of in the way it's been of the new wording in the end of the examples, how it sort of ties back, because it uses words like based on the risk assessment procedures performed, the auditor concluded that. We just found that a bit confusing, and also because they are relating to fraud risk factors, I actually wondered whether these items would be better linked back into the fraud risk factor discussion, which takes place earlier in the standard, up in A103, 104, etc. had similar comments around 40C. And I think you've heard enough about that, so I won't repeat those. The last comment I just wanted to make was on A112, where it really, which basically just says, go and look at 70D to specify, what the documentation should be when the auditor concludes that the presumption is not applicable in the circumstances. And when we discussed that with our stakeholders, there was a lot of discussion around, are we dealing, when an entity has several streams of revenue and some of them have risk factors and some of them don't, does the auditor have to document a rebuttal on every single stream that you haven't identified a risk factor? Or is it really only when you've not identified any risk of material misstatement and revenue recognition that you have to document? So we just thought it might be helpful to clarify either in 70D or perhaps in A112, if there's more precision you could add as to how that documentation is done around the revenue, the rebuttal, and when there are different revenue streams. Thanks.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. I wanted to just comment on the point that Sue was making on I've had the same feedback coming through to me around treating the risks as significant, or whether that it is actually significant. So I think we really do need further guidance, explanation, certainly reflect on the explanations provided. But there's definitely clarity needing to come through in that respect.
Josephine?
This actually goes all the way back to 2003, and there was a decision made by the board, which we're still trying to track. I'm still trying to find. I've actually now asked if Dorothy can find the documentation, but there was a decision made by the board related to management override of controls. They had to put it in a bucket because in the previous documents, you would have your significant risks at the assertion level, very clear in 315, has a very clear response in 330. Then you have financial statement level risk, which are not significant risks. They have a very different response, and they have those overall responses in 330. But the board had this situation where then there was this also management override of controls, and there were three things. And so at one point from 2001 to 2002 to 2003, they put management override of controls in the significant risk bucket because there are only two buckets. And that's historically where it is. Now, how methodology has developed over time and how people respond to that significant risk, in addition to the required procedures in ISO 240 around journal entries and so forth, time has moved on and there may be other responses. And some of those responses might be considered financial statement level risk responses. And that's fine. But the reality is that's where the board placed it. They placed it in that bucket. Now, there are some examples in 315 that you might have a financial statement level risk, which is management override of controls. But you have to think it's only an example, because that means that you would be saying that management override is pervasive. It's a pervasive issue in all entities all the time. And I don't personally think that's right or the case. And then you would have to respond to it in that manner all the time. And that would mean, like, for example, getting specialists in your team, in those overall responses in 330. So technically, we have to be very careful what we want to do with it. But it is a significant risk as decided in our, 1894. And therefore, it is supposed to be responded to at the assertion level as well as the responses. But as I say, I understand that practically over the years, methodologies may be slightly different and doing different things, and that's great. But technically, it is right as it is in the standards. So just wanted to help that. I'm not saying that we don't need to clarify it. We definitely need to do something to help, maybe in the guidance or however in the application material. But that hopefully that helps people understand why it was put that way and why it is that way. Neil's smiling and nodding at me, so that's always good.
I mean, it kind of lends the fact that some of this information needs to be provided so that everyone understands why.
So I think there's a couple, let's make sure that this is just a question of further clarification. Because Josephine, people are not, I want to make sure people are not in agreement with you, because if they're not, then we have a discussion at the table. And Ada was not in disagreement, so I'm going to turn forward over to him.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we also had issues with paragraph 40 and I've made this comment before. This is repeating 315, both B and C, and I struggled then with the treat as well as Neil. But in respect to the discussion we just had, just want to remind. So I think it's clear that users of this standard need more clarification. We just want to remind as well that that in 315 it is allowed that other standards define what a significant risk is, and then that brings me more to the point that I think that this should be more of a fraud lens on how we deal with this. Well, this needs to create some consistency in understanding and in behavior, in practice. So that would be my plea to the task force.
Josephine?
Yeah, that part 2 of the definition of significant risk did not mean therefore you treat financial statement level risk as significant risk. It points you to, by the way, there's a significant risk in related parties. By 550, by the way, there's a significant risk related to management override in 240. That's what that meant. And I think it's being misinterpreted. So we're just back to the same point. We need clarification of where we are now, what it means now. And then another discussion at the board sometime about, well, but what do we want it to remain that way, or do we want to change it? And that's a different question, because as I say, it seems practice has moved on, and then I don't know, everyone's mixing things up, but we shouldn't mix up our core concepts. We just have to decide what bucket we want it to be in. That's all. Thank you.
But Josephine, are you suggesting that latter conversation is out of scope for this discussion?
Turn to
Yeah.
my Madam Chair. Yes, I think it is. And it's popped up as a result of feedback. It wasn't really contemplated at all in our project proposal, but if we need to clarify, we'll take that on and we'll need to clarify. It's an obvious, I think it's obvious that we need to clarify that. And Josephine, that was really helpful. Going back in time to explain it, because it is a bit of a unique risk, and it doesn't nicely fit in either category. And so I think as you explained it, that makes sense. But if we need to clarify, then we'll take that on.
I asked the question just mainly to get it on the record that it's out of scope. Okay, so I wasn't suggesting that we break it in scope. But I do think we've had this discussion and people should understand, okay, this is why we are where we are and why we're clarifying it and not doing something else. Any other comments on question 3D? Okay. Any further reactions from the task force? Have we focused on that one big topic that was raised, but there were a number of other comments. Otherwise, we can move forward.
I don't have any more comments, so we can move to the next.
Next slide, please.
I've killed the board.
Let's move to the next topic, that is fault or suspected fault requirements. We receive a good comments and wide support from the respondents for the proposal, but respondents want more scalability and proportionality to build into the requirements. Respondents recommend that building scalability and proportionality to filter out fault or suspected fault that is keyly inconsequential, and clarifying auditors' responsibility relating to alleged fault. In response to this feedback, firstly, task force proposed to exclude fault or suspected fault that is keyly inconsequential. Secondly, task force proposed two options to deal with the alleged fault for both considerations. In our issue paper, task force recommend to proceed with option 2, which retains equating alleged faults with support from the proposal that fault or suspected fault that is keyly inconsequential can be excluded. Task force also considering building application material to assist auditors on making inquiry and leveraging on understanding obtained on entities' whistleblowers program. That is the high-level summary of what we heard. And I know that, Angelo, you are going to come in, right?
No, Ida, just very, very little. I think that was a great explanation. I want to also tie it back to what we heard in the whistleblower program and this concept of allegations of fraud. There's a lot of concerns around this equation that we have. Allegations of fraud equals suspected fraud. Because with the construct that we have now, that pushes you into the fraud or suspected fraud requirements. So if you think about it, there were some comments that came in. If you think about it, and we follow Bill's line of reasoning, where you look at a whistleblower program, you get 1,000 complaints across 10 jurisdictions in a large multinational organization. That could easily become difficult to handle, easily. So we talked a little bit. We thought that retaining that equation, that the ship has sailed a little bit on that, because a lot of our respondents were not uncomfortable with that, but that's not to say that we can't reopen it. But we retain that, but the auditor is going to need some help in terms of when do they come off the ramp? So they're in the fraud or suspected fraud requirements on allegations of fraud. So let's say all those whistleblower complaints are all alleging fraud. The auditor is going to need some help in determining what is clearly inconsequential and how do I come off this ramp? Because if you don't do that, you can easily see how the auditor now becomes a management function. We cannot put the auditor assign the auditor as becoming essentially the whistleblower program in terms of, okay, well, this complaint makes sense and this one isn't. That's an entity function. So that's kind of like a little bit of the background that I think might help this roundtable discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you want to put the question on the screen? Question 4. So this is about paragraphs 55 to 59, 66 to 69, and related application materials. I think we'll do the whole question at once. Bill?
Para 55 and 57 go together. Para 55 is about understanding a matter, and then para 57 is further steps to take once you've got the understanding. You moved 55D down to 57 because of that reason. I just suggest have a look at 55B and C as well, whether they ought be not moved down to 57 as well and leave 55 as a broader obtain an understanding paragraph.
Thank you, Bill. Edo? And Sue? Edo and then Sue.
Are we doing all the questions or just? Yeah. Okay. So I'm happy with alternative 2. And just wanted to react on the suggestion that Bill made. I was actually initially not entirely convinced we needed to move anything out of that paragraph. I got myself comfortable with the move, but those other two cannot move as far as I'm concerned. Well, that is an essential part of where the engagement leader needs to be involved in. And it's critical that you understand what management is doing about it and how they're treating this. Thank you.
Just for clarity, I'm not saying they're not important, but just the way that it reads, it seems to be the investigative matters are in paragraph 57.
Yes, but in 57, can also be somebody else. And I think this is something the engagement leader specifically needs to be involved in.
Sure.
Okay.
So probably the same theme. It was the level of the engagement partner involvement. I agree with the recommendations that you have in more broadly around the approach here. But I suppose it was a question that the clearly inconsequential is quite a low bar. I do believe it's really important that the engagement partner is involved. This is, this kind of stuff is absolutely critical to, or it's a critical role that they play. But I did wonder whether there are occasions, for example, when you're in a group situation where you've got language, cultural issues, et cetera, where it might be something that is done in conjunction with somebody else. So I was just questioning as I say, it's a very, very low bar, and there might be valid reasons why there might be other involvement. So I just wondered whether there's an opportunity to recognise that. And then I think in paragraph A149 was that's talking about the process for investigating. I just wondered whether there was something around as part of that process, what the entity does about reporting it, the transparency of it, the results that they have, whether they report to those charged with governance. So it's kind of closing out their process. Thanks.
Sachika?
Thank you. I also support the alternative to the task force's proposal, and I just have one comment on A185. The proposed change to this A185 do not seem to be aligned with the revised paragraph 67, because paragraph 67 requires communication with those charged with governance, fraud or suspected fraud, except for those determined to be clearly inconsequential. But on the other hand, paragraph A185 explains in some circumstances, communication with those charged with governance may be considered appropriate. So maybe I suggest revisiting the change in paragraph A185 and amend them to be aligned with the requirement, or maybe we can remove the first two sentences in paragraph 185. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, Eric?
Thanks, Tom. Definitely supportive of the approach being taken here around clearly inconsequential being applied to paragraphs 56 to 59. The comment that, or the suggestion I have is that because the practitioner will be making this determination when they're going through paragraph 55, it might be helpful to explain or add to the requirement in 55, the auditor to evaluate whether the fraud or suspected fraud is clearly inconsequential, and perhaps providing some guidance to explain that evaluation is not just quantitative matters, but it's also qualitative factors that might be relevant in making that determination. Because that seems to be where the work effort is. It seems to be more in 55 than in 56. The other comment I just wanted to make is the task force split paragraph I think it was paragraph 52 into 67 and 67A. And 67A has got a sentence in it that says such communications with those charged with governance are required unless the communication is prohibited by law or regulation. And I just wondered whether that thought is also needed in paragraph 67 about where it's also talking about communicating matters to those charged with governance. That's it. Thank you.
Robert?
Suspected fraud, and Angelo, you mentioned the equation, and it's clearly laid out in paragraph 7 at the beginning, where it says suspected fraud includes allegations of fraud that comes to the auditor's attention. We already referred to, and you did it, and it was good explanation. I couldn't have done it better. We referred to the whistleblower programs for multinationals. In my previous life as a preparer, we always dealt with hundreds of allegations worldwide, allocated to different geographic locations, cultural issues, and so forth. Taking your equation, this would mean an enormous effort going after all allegations. I'm not talking about suspected fraud. So unfortunately, well, we could say, fortunately, the whistleblower program was accepted. There was a speak-up culture. Unfortunately, there were a huge amount of allegations. Fortunately, most of them at the end were without merits. And if you look at the statistics, and Bill, you mentioned this, only a few would really refer to fraudulent financial reporting or misappropriation of assets. There are many other issues. So if I read 55, and I don't know if I read it correctly, this would imply huge work effort if an auditor would go after all allegations. Not suspected fraud. I do believe, though, that the work effort for alleged fraud should be to see what the entity has done to determine whether an alleged fraud is a suspected fraud, talking to management. And for the auditor to determine whether an alleged fraud appears to be a suspected fraud. And maybe this helps a little, and also to give more guidance and maybe try to minimize the effort without losing the objective. Thank you.
I know Ida wants to come in, so I just want to respond directly to the comment that you made. You're absolutely right. And that's the reason why I'm not in love with Bill's let's move those to understand the entities process, to investigate and remediate. I think they need to stay there because, for one specific reason, and Julie brought this up as well during the task force, and maybe we can paint a better picture in the application material. The auditor needs to be able to look to what the entity is doing in order to say, these things are clearly inconsequential. Because if we don't do that, then the auditor is responsible for acting as a whistleblower for making that determination. Or I'm not phrasing that correctly, but that's that scalability angle. They need to be able to look to the end, and if the entity has a really good process, they're not relying on it in the traditional sense, because I know that makes people uncomfortable within the context of fraud. But they can leverage this understanding in order to more easily determine what's clearly inconsequential and then come off the ramp, because otherwise it would be inoperable.
You want to come in on this topic? Yeah.
Yes, and maybe it helps if I share some experiences of auditing company even larger than where Robert worked. And he's absolutely right. So there were thousands of matters coming through the whistleblower program, and that's why I entirely agree with Angelo. That's why it's critical that B and C sits in here, because B and C provide that filter. If management has a good process, then the work effort will focus on the process, and you take a systems-based approach on that process. You still test inconsequential matters just to ensure that management has filtered those out properly, that their process works, that their remediation process works. And then you can deal with these volumes. If management has not a good process over this, well, then my view would be tough shit. Well, that is exactly what the auditor needs to go after. Well, that's the consequence. And Eric, I also want to respond on to your comment is the whether that the auditor need to evaluate whether something is consequential or inconsequential. I would put my hat on this process. It is implied. So anything that is not, that you're not dealing with in accordance with 56 and beyond is by default inconsequential, because that evaluation will then require a documentation risk or no documentation effort. And in those thousands of instances, that is just not very operable. So that's my perspectives on that. So I'm very happy with what is here. I think it is scalable in the right way, but it will require also effort on the entity. So it may rub a little bit, but at the end of the day, the entity and the auditor will be in a better place. And that's in the public interest.
Dave?
Thank you, Tom. I just have a few comments on paragraphs in this section, or questions, either way. First of all, I agree with what you just said. In paragraph 55, with respect to B and C, it says the auditor shall consider if the entity has a process and if the entity has implemented remediation measures and actions and so forth. The question is, how does the auditor respond if the answer is no, they don't have a process, they don't have remediation efforts? So I think that, and some of that may be in the application material, although I didn't see it clearly. On paragraph 56, with respect to clearly inconsequential, I think we do need a threshold there. I don't know if it's definable, but it would be great if it was definable. I also think clearly inconsequential needs to be taken not only individually, but in the aggregate. So there could be, a lot of what seem to be clearly inconsequential actions, which could amount to something more consequential. So I think there needs to be some consideration of that. In paragraph 67A, let me get there. And I'm not doing this just to prove I read it, but I did. Well, let me give you my comment, and this may just be how this is worded. My reaction when I read paragraph 67A, which had to do with discussing suspected fraud with those charged with governance, was that it referred to discussing with those charged with governance the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures necessary to complete the audit. And it seemed to me that there may be actions that management or those charged with governance need to take prior to the auditor, determining the nature and timing and extent of the procedures that they would do. Because it sounded to me like the auditor might be doing the investigation as opposed to focusing on auditing management's work. And one last comment is in A149. Shows you how far I got. Bear with me for a moment. In A149, the first bullet that is filled in, says in relation to the entity's process to investigate the fraud or suspected fraud, the auditor is considering the objectivity and competence of the individuals involved and the nature, timing, and extent of procedures performed, including the root causes if applicable. I didn't see in there that the auditor should consider the results of the investigation. And, you know, and maybe if that's obvious, of course, you're going to do that, but I think sometimes stating the obvious is important. So I thought that might be something that was just missing. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on question 4? Angelo and Ida, do you want to come back in?
I just wanted to come back to Dave, but I want to turn it over to Ida because there's a bunch of really, really excellent comments beyond the ones that I've been addressing for sure. So Dave, there is actually in the application material A157C deals with if the entity does not have processes to remediate, those may be considered by the auditor to be significant deficiencies in internal control. So on that, in terms of clearly inconsequential, in terms of defining that term, there are definitions elsewhere in the suite of ISAs, but nevertheless, I think this is a really good conversation to have. How low is that bar? How high is that bar? Clearly inconsequential does not mean immaterial. And it often gets confused and conflated. Those are two different concepts. So clearly inconsequential may include, and like everything in that bucket is surely immaterial. But if I draw a Venn diagram for you, not everything that is immaterial is clearly inconsequential. There are other fraud or suspected fraud requirements that deal with understanding the materiality of a fraud or suspected fraud and reporting requirements, ethical requirements around that. So this is not to exclude things that are immaterial. That gets excluded later in the requirement. These are things that are just absolutely patently clearly inconsequential from an ethical perspective on the audit and so on and so forth. But the point is well taken whether, and that's something for the board to consider, whether that needs to be defined out in this standard because it's the first time that it's coming into the standard. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
It's actually used in the NOCLAR standard. And so what we tried to do was be consistent because we thought those two subject matters were, if there were going to be two subject matters that were kind of similar, those would be the two. And so we didn't attempt to define it because it already is in ISA 250 and they're all like, there will have to be some judgment involved in what that level is. But that was one of the reasons why we didn't attempt to define it.
Ida?
Yes, and I would like to respond to Bill's your comment about the 55C that is related to the remedial actions. So when the task force discussed about those bullets under the paragraph 55, we actually think in details about what needs to be included when the auditor obtain the understanding. And we think that the main purpose for that paragraph is to obtain information that is sufficient to determine what actions the audit partners need to decide under the paragraph 56. So basically the the element remedial actions will be one of the essential informations to go into that. So the task force decide to keep that 55C, that is the remedial actions in this regard. And to Sachiko, your questions about A185, we would take a further look to that. So when we are drafting the standard, we actually have considered your point. We understand that we make a change to 67 and it looks like a little bit inconsistent, but actually we think that the guidelines included in A185, even though that is related to management employees, but that would be helpful for the auditors when they consider what need to report it to the those charged with governance that is more than key inconsequential. So we at the time we think that it would be appropriate to keep the original construct under the A185, but we will take a look to that. And to Dave, your comments about 67.8, that whether the auditors got the chance to talk with the those with charge governance before the auditors report to them. So we actually, under the paragraph 55A, we have a requirement that auditors need to make an inquiry with them, those charged with governance, when there is fault or suspected fault. So it would be captured under that requirement.
Sachika.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that maybe why I thought looks like inconsistent is that the application material does not talk about it is about clearly unconsequential. I mean, it just broadly talk about fraud or suspected fraud, which seems to be inconsistent with the requirement. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on question 4? Should we move to question? Should we move to question 5?
So next topic is the transparency on fraud-related risk. Okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry. So our last topic, so next and last topic is the transparency on fraud-related responsibility in the auditor's report. So we received support from respondents for the need to enhance transparency about matters related to fraud in the auditor's report, but there were mixed views among different categories of stakeholders and some concern on how to operationalize the approach. So at a high level, regulators were mainly in favor of the changes made and practitioners were mainly against. So I said at a high level. So the two main points that attracted comments are the placement of the requirements within the IAASB and the way ED 240 drives the auditor to communicate CAMs related to fraud. So regarding the placement of the requirement in either ISA 240 or ISA 701 or other comments, we received that existing requirements in ISA 701 already work well for CAMs related to fraud. We discussed that again, but we haven't heard anything new compared to the views obtained before exposure. And we have the same balance of stakeholders in favor or against keeping the requirement in proposed ISA 240. Regarding the requirements and application material to drive the communication of CAMs related to fraud, the task force has considered all comments received and discussed it and still believe that the application material in the 3 paragraphs that attracted comments, so A168, A170, and A176 are necessary to drive a better communication of CAMs related to fraud. Regarding paragraph 64, that requires a statement when there are no CAMs related to fraud to communicate, the task force acknowledged and discussed respondents' concern, and in particular, the risk of widening the expectation gap, the inconsistency to state there is no CAMs related to fraud when a CAM related to fraud exists but can't be communicated in the auditor's report in accordance with ISA 701, and the risk of having boilerplate CAMs to avoid that statement. So it was also noted that there are no specific statements required when there are no CAM on other specific topic. There is just the overall statement when there is no CAM at all. And the task force also believed that removing paragraph 64 from the requirements would reduce some concern raised by respondents on the risk of boilerplate cams. So based on those discussions, the task force proposed to remove the requirement in paragraph 64 and the application material directly related to it, but don't change the other application material that drive more communication. So they propose to remove that requirement in 64 to include the statement where there's no CAM related to fraud. And so on all those topics raised on transparency, the task force has taken into consideration both sides of the story and believes that the proposed changes are responsive to what was heard and that the updated proposal is now in a good balance between regulators and practitioners' views. So now the floor is to the comment and to, so Michelle, if we can have next slide. So the question is, do you agree with the views and recommendations from the task force? Are there any other matters that you would like us to address on transparency? Thank you.
Okay. So we're dealing with the transparency recommendations here. Bill, then Edo.
Para 63 says that a key audit matter section should include matters relating to fraud, and that fraud should be in the heading of that key audit matter. In the example audit report, which we'll discuss later today, but we don't need to go into detail now, I've just, I think, found an unintended consequence of that is that there are two key audit matters in that example audit report which relate to fraud risk, but revenue recognition and management override neither have in fact detected an actual fraud. They've just explained the extended procedures on those two areas. I can see that almost coming into lots and lots and lots of audit opinions where people have put a lot of effort into both of those areas. So, but more importantly, seeing the word fraud risk in the heading when there's no fraud involved, it's unnecessarily alerting people or causing concern that may not be necessary.
Okay. Edo.
Yes, thank you. Just want to thank the task force. I agree with the direction that they're heading. Thank you.
Sue.
Yeah, thanks. And I also support the direction in which you're heading. I also had a similar comment to Bill around the subheading specific to fraud, and as well as what's been outlined there was also the concern that it could potentially detract from other CAM that are probably more important. So it's particularly if you're in the instance where nothing's been discovered or so, but there's something else that is probably more important. So just questioning the extent to which that subhead is needed. Thanks.
Robert.
Just for clarification, if there's a question on my side, if there's no fraud risks detected other than potential of management override of internal controls, do I have to? Or does the auditor have to make reference to this in CAM or doesn't? I didn't get it, maybe not right.
No, Robert, there's no absolute requirement, although we would steer the auditor to think hard about the risks that they have identified, and that would be in the bucket of that, but we don't have an absolute requirement to have that.
Thank you.
Kai.
Thank you. Also coming short to support the direction the task force is heading on this, and support the deletion of paragraph 64.
So I get a general sense, or not?
Thank you, Tom. Well, in general, I agree with the direction that the task force proposed, but I have just only concern regarding to the companies that will be informed in the report about the fraud risk, because we are talking about just listed company or PTE companies in the future, but in some countries, mainly in developing economies, there are not stock markets and the biggest companies are not listed. And there are a lot of risk of fraud in these countries. And it's not possible to report scams in those environments regarding to risk if they are out of the scope of 701. That is my main concern. Thank you.
Okay, I think you're getting broad support for the direction. I just, my personal point of view on the headings is that we should tread carefully about eliminating that concept too, because it was one of the key public interest issues raised. So I'm not saying that there's not nuance that we could raise, address here or consider, but it was a big part of our public interest response package here in some ways on the transparency. So I'm a little cautious about it, and it does focus the mind a little bit. Julie,
I agree with that. And I think we, as Natalie quite rightly pointed out, we had to have a bit of a balance as to how we responded. And I think keeping that subheading requirement helps. At least it is a signpost that there's something in that CAM that is fraud related. It doesn't have to be an actual fraud, but it's fraud related. And so that was how the task force approached it. Hernan, on your comment, 701 could voluntarily be applied. There's always that option, and it wouldn't be different in this case. If you're applying 701, you could apply these requirements as well. We just tried to keep those requirements at least scalable in our proposal. So
wouldn't this area too, like to address some of the concerns, it would sort of be an area that when we do first time implementation guidance, and maybe like we've already begun to develop examples, could be an area to say, this is how we would envision it acting. Anyone else? Natalie, back to you.
I think I'm good. On the title, it's clear that the subtitle, the auditor can be clear in what they define. If it's just a fraud risk, it can be highlighted as a fraud risk and not a risk. So, but yeah.
Angela?
Seems like we're wrapping early, so I just wanted to bring us back to one little thing and then turn it over to Julie to kind of wrap up, if that's okay, on third party fraud. I brought third party fraud to you, and I brought what the task force is proposing in terms of expanding the list and telling a little bit the board about the list, and giving our respondents at least some idea on what the auditor considers. There were a lot of comments around it's not clear what the work effort is. So is the board comfortable with where we're at on that? I know that you didn't come in specifically about that, but if there is direction on that, I would really be interested in hearing your thoughts on that. So this is around being unclear on what the work effort is in risk assessment and what the effort is in responses to assess risks.
Or not?
Thank you, Tom. Well, thanks, Julie, for the clarification. In my experience, the use voluntarily of the 701 is really in practice. And that's why my main concern, at least in Latin America region, most of the companies not required to use this standard don't use the standard really. That's why my concern. Thank you.
Hernan, just to maybe remind you, so in my territory, we have amended 700 to require communication about fraud in all auditors' reports. I'm happy to share with you how the Netherlands have dealt with this, but that goes to your point.
Okay, on third party fraud, Angela raised the question, I did hear some comments in an earlier round, and I think the task force didn't get a violent reaction against the direction, but got some suggestions and could take it back and work on it. You don't have your tent back up again, okay. Okay. Okay, so we understand that's an area for further refinement, but we're not approving the standard today. We have a couple more rounds before we get to approval. Julie, back to you.
Okay, we'll just move to the next slide, and this is probably a good opportunity for me to say, we did receive a few offline comments already. I know we didn't ask for them in advance, so of course, if you have those and you want to send them along, a few people have mentioned that already, happy to receive them. We're still going to be working away at questions we haven't brought back to you and again, what we heard today. So certainly if you have them, please send them through. Can I have the next slide, please? So where does that leave us? We are working our way forward to final approval. In December, we will bring back the remaining questions.
Final approval March.
Final approval in March, yes. Did I say December? Oh, well, maybe it's December. Okay, we're working towards final approval, but if we'd like to approve it in December, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But anyway, in December, we will bring back those other questions that we hadn't talked about today. So that'll be new. And we'll also bring back, I suspect we'll bring back some of the concepts that we talked about today again in December, once the task force has a chance to reflect on it and make any changes. That will also be your first full read of the draft standard. And then in March, we're expecting the approval of ISO 240. So you also get a full standard then, and that will reflect obviously the cumulative discussions from the board. Not without saying that we still have coordination efforts going on. So we will have to re-engage with IAASB. Quite a ways back, we did coordinate with them on some of the content that was in the exposure draft. So we'll need to go back and ensure that any updates are reflected and discussed with them, as well as understand if they have any other concerns with respect to our standard. And we do have collaboration continuously with some of the other task forces and consultation groups. And I think that's all for today. And I thank you for the direction. I think we got really, really good steer for the topics we discussed today.
Okay, great. Good discussion. Before we close, I want to, Dave, turn to you from any perspective.
Sure. Tom, just to say that I want to thank the task force for all the work that you've done. I think it's moving in a great direction. The board members have provided some important feedback. And I know from the beginning, there were objectives to not only increase transparency, but to improve the performance requirements, which I can see in the draft that we've been talking about today. So thank you.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now. We have one more public session ready for the board today. I should propose that we reconvene at 1:30. And then we'll address the example auditor's report that shows you the impact of the going concern and fraud proposals. And then you will, right about the time that close, we'll get some materials for reading, both in terms of 5,000 and the technology position. So we'll probably time it towards the end of that session so you're not distracted. But you will have some more extended reading time as a result of this. Sue, I know that the PI task force was due to meet at lunchtime. Is that still the case?
Yeah, we'll regroup briefly, I think. Thanks. Yeah.
And then the fraud task force is scheduled to meet this afternoon, and you guys could discuss in consequence of the timing moving up a little bit when you want to meet and how you want to deal with the reading. Okay, so we will break now to 1:30. Okay, could we get seated? We'll start in about 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. We're going to turn to the example auditor's report that reflects changes in the fraud and going concern standards being proposed. I think I'm turning it over to Jasper.
And thank you, Tom. So the objectives of this session is to holistically consider the impact on the auditor's report as a result of the changes that were proposed by the Going Concern Task Force earlier this week and the Fraud Task Force today. The reason that we put this on the agenda for you is because we heard from stakeholders through our consultations. So, for example, it came back on the fraud exposure draft. That they would like the board to consider the combined effect of all these changes to the auditor's report. And the illustrative report that we prepared does that, so that combines the changes both from fraud and going concern. And when I say we, I mean like Kalina, Natalie, myself, we prepared the document, and then in coordination with Julie and Edo and Willy, we finalized it. Before we get your views on this illustrative auditor's report, maybe a few words to explain what we did. As some of you may recall, that those were around in December 2022, we then also had a discussion on how the auditor's report would look like based on the changes that were proposed at that time by the Fraud Task Force, Going Concern Task Force, and the PI Task Force. In that report that we presented then, we did not include a close call situation in the auditor's report, so that one is new. But we did have illustrative CAMs. And those CAMs were at that time were based on CAMs from auditors' reports that were really published throughout the globe. And of course, those CAMs were then adapted by us, slightly changed, and we anonymized information. So the illustrative CAMs we presented today to you are exactly the same. Because this is about holistically looking at how the auditor's report would look like and not specifically on the wording. So we're looking really for your input today on the coherence of the auditor's report and the understandability of the auditor's report, and not on the specific wording. And Tom, with that, over to you.
Yeah, and that's a really important point here. We're not re-deliberating decisions that were made in the project themselves. We're now looking at the reality from a transparency perspective and getting general opinions. So no wordsmithing what's actually in the example auditor's report too. So any reactions? And task force members are definitely not excluded. Josephine?
Thank you. Well, as board members know, I'm fully supportive of this, and I think this is a great way to illustrate it. Just from an interest perspective, some of the outreach we did in the FRC, there's generally people actually prefer the approach here where matters related to going concern are included within the going concern paragraph. You know, I'm already supportive of it, but in the UK, there is confusion caused by the fact where going concern matters are sprinkled in various different parts of the auditor report. And then that also ends up resulting in a lot of additional language to make the connections and additional complexity to the structure of the auditor's report generally. So the approach here is much cleaner and much more digestible, I imagine, particularly for users in the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. Renan?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for the material. It's very helpful to view the big picture of different projects we are working on. Just a little suggestion, and that suggestion is all for other models that we are publishing. We are referring to IFRS in the old form that we avoid in the document published in 2023. We have to use IFRS accounting standards as published by the International Accounting Standards Board. Thank you.
Okay. If we use this for educational material or application material, will reflect that necessary update. Bill?
Just stating you asked for reactions. I'm supportive of the principles and we've adopted, but as a reaction.
I think he just suggested that it was long.
And now
compared to what?
Well, compared to it. Now we talk about short form and long form reports, and I think the same applies with sustainability assurance. The reports are getting much longer, and with that, there is a risk of failure to communicate some matters. I think at the end of the day, as I said, we're going to probably accept this and move forward, but I think we have to accept it with our eyes open that there will become with it, I'm sure, some reaction from others, whether it be I don't think it'll be congratulations. I think it will be criticism about length and difficulty of comprehension. So all I'm saying is I can see that clearly, and I just think we can't avoid saying it as an initial reaction.
Wendy?
Okay. Thank you, Tom, and thank you to everybody who worked on this, putting it together, and the task force communications. And to be clear, I'm actually on both task forces, fraud and going concern, not PI. I was not concerned about the length, honestly, because it was expected from where I knew we were working. I also track very closely meeting the objectives of the two task forces. And I know, Tom, you cautioned not to go back and redeliberate, but I do want to share some thoughts that I had when reading it. I tried to stick with holistic and coherence and understandability, and I got stuck a little bit because I think Josephine alluded to it, there is still some confusion on the CAM concept versus the transparency of the two efforts and performance and the two standards. So, obviously for fraud, we went down one path and it's definitely going in a CAM, and then that's definitely only 701, and that's definitely differential requirements for listed entities versus non-listed entities. And then for the placement for going concern, we have it in a different place. And the disclosure is for all companies except for the close calls, which is what the illustration has, and that's really a CAM. So it got a little confusing to me, and I do have to go back to the original going concern exercise where I was a little bit on the fence if we needed the explicit language for all companies versus just listed companies. And then I agreed that it absolutely should be there because it would enhance performance because it made the implicit explicit. So I became one with that. And I've lived with that for the duration, I think we said it was 2 years. But I do take a pause now on two fronts. There is some research that has been shared with both task forces to really address some of the user feedback that we didn't get in either task force. And also because we've taken the explicit statement about fraud out in 64, which in the fraud standard, which I'm fully supportive of, and then, but we don't have that same differential requirement for going concern. Going concern is for everybody now. So I take a pause in thinking about that. And then, Tom, I go back to something you said yesterday. Is there, there's no bright line, obviously, for, we get feedback along the way. It was leveraged off of a point that Hanan had about, do we have in the project proposal for risk response enough research and reach out, we're going to get the right answers. So because we didn't get some user feedback until fairly recently related to non-public, I need to be very clear, it is for non-public entities. Does that cause us to rethink it in any way? So in summary, I do think what was put together is completely accurate based on the bringing the two projects together. But I do have to express that when I looked at it, I started to think about whether or not the explicit statement was needed for all entities. And I'd love, to hear, I'm sharing that, and I'd love to hear any thoughts from the board to help me get out of my black hole. Thanks.
On that specific topic, I actually thought that was explicitly addressed in the issues paper this week, that it was viewed as a pervasive concept regardless, and a major public interest issue. So I'm looking at Ada here as from a task force perspective. I thought that issue was fairly well dealt with in the issues paper.
I thought so too, Tom. And then this was from the get-go. So the statements was something that we consulted, or that there was an explicit element that we brought into the exposure draft, that we asked specific questions about. And there were polarizing views, but we did address the matter and ran it through the board, not this time, but previous time. And the board was comfortable with it, that it applies to all entities, not just PIs. And the close call bit is the bit that probably most resembles a CAM. And I have been on the fence myself on whether that would it not be better if it sits with the other CAMs. I take Josephine's comment, and that has convinced me, also seeing it in this context, because you will always have a going concern section. That's always going to be in every single report. So it doesn't make sense that you now have one element sitting somewhere else. And we now make explicit, and we're going to refine the language, but if it's there, the close call CAM, that it links from the CAM section in addition, that it says in addition to what is there, because by its nature it's a CAM. So I recognize the length as well. Bill, I do think there's opportunities in the example to tone it down, because effectively I'm reading 2 issues in their audit, but it's presented as 4 CAMs, and I think you can do that a little bit more cleverly. But this was just using an example from practice. the length comes with the desired additional transparency. There's nothing we can do about that. That was a public interest point that we were trying to address. And I don't have any other solution. That's so I'm comfortable with where we are now. Thank you.
Jasper?
On the length of the CAMs and the length of the report, maybe because Edo, you referred to it. Recently, the Center of Audit Quality published an analysis of that. They went to investors and they asked investors about the CCAMs. I think that provides some really useful insights as well on why how they value the CAMs that are there. So, for example, a few quotes from there. So 9 in 10 investors say CAMs play an important role in their analysis of potential investment. Then also over half of the investors say that they prefer to see more CAMs in an auditor's report to inform their decision. And then also half of investors say that either increasing the number of CAMs or increasing the detail provided in CAMs would be beneficial for the investment decision. So these are, this of course makes the auditor's report longer, having more of these CAMs. The other thing is in this report, we also have all the responsibilities to the audit that describing the responsibilities of the auditor in there. And that could go in an appendix, also on the website, I think. So, so that would make it anyway shorter and having more specific information in the auditor's report, which investors seems to value.
Okay. Bill, was it in direct response to this? Anyone? Okay. Okay. Sue and then Josephine.
Thank you. I thought this was a really good exercise. It's very, very valuable to be able to see how these things might come together. Personally, I didn't have so much of a problem with the length. I mean, I know people have commented on that, and I got that in the outreach as well. It's really a case of, are the words doing something? You know, if they need to be there, they need to be there. It is the output of the audit. It's you know, certainly public interest that we explain what's been done. So that was probably sort of less of an issue. I think I was interested what you just said, Jasper, about the feedback from the CAQ and everything, because that was all about CAMs or CCAMs. And I think you know, what we have here are quite a lot of sections and things that are more standard language that are kind of competing for top billing, if you like, and where the value comes from the audit report is in that kind of telling the story. What were the issues in this particular audit, and that typically is through the CAM section. So I would support an exercise to see whether there are ways that some of the other stuff can be streamlined. We're balancing the need or the desire for consistency with the desire to communicate effectively, and there may be things that are that could get a bit lost later down the audit report if going concern wasn't an issue but something else was. So I think you know, if we can think creatively about, well, we and auditors think creatively about how these things can be presented. And I think the more we get this kind of research, the more valuable that is to influence this. And I'm not sure the extent to which we've had people who've got specialising communication skills look at some of these things as well, because that's not always the auditor key focus. So if there are, you know, if there are other people, other organisations we can get to talk about the effectiveness of the communication, that might be helpful. Thanks.
Wendy?
So I just wanted to come back in on something you said, Edo, and I you know, I was very supportive from minute one on the explicit language. So don't get me wrong there. I was just kind of seeing it all in context. But did I hear you say we might look to move the CAM part into the CAMs? Okay, that's what we're still going to go with the cross-reference piece. Okay, thank you.
Bill?
I think Sue was far more eloquent than me. I said long, but Sue did explain it's about the communication and whether we can do. And you mentioned streamlining. If we can do something at some point to get some skilled communication people to have a look at it and reformat, rethink, just give us some ideas about how we can ensure the value of the communication, because we have to recognise it's the only thing we do. We put this report out, and it's as much an opportunity as a threat in terms of anything else. But we just quickly add, and to you, Edo, particularly, I would think the firms will be very concerned about the level of what they have to write in terms of procedures, etc. Ongoing concern, not because they don't do it, or they're just the time to wordsmith it so they feel comfortable with the disclosure.
Josephine?
So possibly, Wendy, to clarify, and also to help with Bill's concern, in the UK, we already have pretty much what we're proposing as a board in ISA 570 UK. We have the concept of the close call, we have the disclosure of that, and the feedback we got, because currently it is attached to the CAM, was it would be much better, much more understandable, and much less complex if it is in its own section as presented. And this has been around for a while, so people are really embracing the way forward in terms of the IAASB's approach to this, because it will remove all that complexity. Thank you.
Kalina?
Yes, I just wanted to also, I'm not sure if the board remembers, but we did a post-implementation review of the auditor reporting standards a while ago. And one of the points that came out really prominently from the feedback, which was picked up then also by the Going Concern project, was the fact that it's very confusing for users and even other respondents and practitioners to have going concern being reported in several sections throughout the auditor's report. And this experience with the COVID actually re-emphasized that, because jurisdictions were taking their own approach in terms of disclosing these things. So we would have, for a similar situation, somebody reporting an emphasis of matter, somebody reporting a CAM, somebody reporting other matter, and so on. So it was in response to broad stakeholder, that came through also from practitioners, that it would be much better if everything would be in one section and easier to navigate, find, and make sure that it's all gels together as a piece.
Thank you, Kalina. It's really a good reminder of actually significant evidence we have to support that position. Hey, any other comments, questions? Neil?
Perhaps, Josephine, a question for you on so there's a lot of detail being asked as Bill's indicated, and in the first year it's quite clear and specific to that entity. Over time it might start getting refined and refined. What's happening in the UK? Do you find that it's got refined and it now looks a little boilerplate because it's the same one year to the next, or is it staying quite unique to the specific circumstances of that entity for that year?
That's a question that I can't answer. Sorry, Neil. I wish the gentleman who's in the FRC who's been doing all this research was with me. I don't remember, though, boilerplate coming up as an issue when they did their research. There are definitely some phrases in the UK reports that are boilerplate because they're specific phrases to do with European law that we've adopted, etc. So there is that, but they're just specific phrases. So I'm not sure, but I can certainly ask him to feed back to us, and I can feed that into the team here. Thank you, Neil.
Okay, any other reactions? I don't think so. So, we got some suggestions for presentation, but no fundamental alarm bells going off. Jesper, I turn it back to you for any insights.
Yeah, but probably I have the same summary as you have, Tom. Not much to add to that. Thank you.
Before we close the session, Dave, anything from a PIOB perspective?
So First of all, just to be clear, we didn't identify any public interest issues with respect to this topic. And I'm certainly pleased with the efforts of the IAASB to increase the transparency of the auditor's report. As Bill pointed out, it's the one thing that users of financial statements see, and some providing more useful information to users is great. So thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of our public portion of today's meeting. What I would propose is we should close the public session, take about a 5-minute pause, and do one of the topics from the executive session for tomorrow, related next, and